That's not an unfamiliar sight.
The thing that I think after watching EG Secret, after watching the NIP EG series yesterday, I think that the team that can control tempo will have an edge, and I also think the team that has an easier time acquiring vision before engagements. And it's one of the reasons I think Secret's always down to first to this Monkey King. And also looking at Nyx, I think, for Liquid, and for both sides. It's just so much vision because you have this invisible hero. The enemy side's got to spend tons of extra gold on sentries, and you're always threatening cores just by remaining off-map. And I want to see teams emphasize this because now that everyone's so damn good, it's about who actually gets that little bit of information extra to make the right play.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of teams like camping on high grounds and stuff. Even in that last game, we saw like the last play of the game, e.g. camp on high ground, predicting a play, and it's just like these type of vision plays, these type of movements that around that just get you a just huge commanding advantage inside of the fight.
Yeah.
We saw it happen so many times in that game. I think like 3 or 4 situations, I'm like, oh, they're gonna walk up, oh, nope, never mind, they just take a different route and they find a different avenue. I'm seeing these, like, we always talk about how important vision is, but it's really just, it's making the difference of who gets the initiations in a lot of games.
Definitely opening a goal again for making some high ground cliff jokes, but I'll try not to. I think that's been done for, guys. But I do want to talk about these two teams and about their fan bases, because we have seen that PSG LGD has an incredible fan base here in Paris. Who would have thought, right? And we've also seen GH having won over quite a few fans by just bursting out in fluent French this morning, because apparently that is Apparently that is a language from Lebanon that you mandatorily learn.
And he had like the accent. I was just like, oh wow, he was perfect.
It was
I did not expect
actually
that
perfect.
at all.
It was just
GH will never cease. Well, nothing he does will ever surprise me, because I don't know if there's anything he can't do yet. And I mentioned, last series, Crit and Absol, best fours in the world. I think that it's a disservice to GH. He's got like that honorary place since TI7, and when four is like a product of when your team is playing well, and when Liquid starts to do well, GH starts to look really, really good. And I'm just hyped to see the series. The finals weekend for this sort of tournament, it's the best Dota you're gonna get. And I think these teams are all peaking in terms of performance and skill. This was the tournament to secure TI.
Yep.
Now it's, after this, it's time to chill. Wait for August, but this is it.
This is it indeed. And this is also the time for the teams to take the stage here at Disney's event arena.
Merci d'accueillir PSG LGD. Et leurs Team Liquid.
just have, I mean, LGD just has so many like amazing players on it, right? So the Chalice, he really gets overshadowed a lot of times. He also doesn't have the biggest hero pool. I think that's probably the biggest thing that I would have pointed out for him. We even see it here. Only 8 heroes played well in comparison to MC 17. So the variety is not as much for Chalice.
Yeah, I think that's also a product of how they've been drafting, though. Just they're not as willing to experiment as other teams of their caliber. They also haven't really needed to, going back all the way to TI8. It's just a matter of, I guess, getting them online. I think the big thing is that Chalice likes to play, he farms a lot, it feels.
Yep.
I think Mind Control, he plays these heroes like Underler that are like farm happy, but like he'll buy Atos on them and try to get aggressive. And both have a similar style in that they're always kind of the suicidal maniac shoving down the enemy off lane until eventually they die. But it allows space for their super greedy and very talented 1 and 2 positions to shine. Although Matubman, not so much.
I also think the thing with Chalice too is I think he has the greedier 4.
Yeah.
He has FY. So a lot of the times when you're playing this, it's similar to how Secret is, right? With Zai, that sometimes you're just going to see this 4 position a way more farmed than you're going to see that 3 position sacrifice a little bit. So I think Chalice, he's a bit more of a sacrificial player in that instance. While Liquid, they play more of like that team-oriented thing with GH and with MC. You'll see that clear distinction between the 3 and the 4.
Yep, for sure. I think that that's actually a really good point because PSG LGD rather, it's all about Ame and Maybe. We were talking backstage like the only person I ever think I'm confident with a Quap is Maybe because he truly knows how to play the hero, but more importantly, he recognizes like I am the carry. I am a core, and he plays it as such. He's not just blinking in, getting picked off, and turning into an offlaner. The Liquid style, everybody contributes equally, it feels. And while occasionally you'll get the miracle show here and there, I think it's not nearly as often as we get to witness the Ame show on his vintage Terrorblade or Morphling or whatever hyper carry they choose to give him.
I think for the position 3s as well, you got, I don't know, I feel like you never get the last pick. I feel like your priority, you know, you're getting somewhere in the middle. You don't really get a lot of say about what you play. You just get told by the captain what you play, and then it's always going to be about someone else. Unless
you're, I think it was it Keen Gaming in one of those drafts where 6 offlaners were banned in the earlier stages of the tournaments? But yeah, more than likely you see the 3 position gets picked early on in the draft.
I think Old 11 is a unique one at that for sure.
All of his heroes were banned.
I think we'll see it in this tournament, or rather this series. Darkseer, Doom, these heroes are going to be banned or picked right away.
You would still go for the bans on the position 3 then? That's going to be your focus?
They're just less of them. I like Liquid already, getting rid of the Pangolier, because that hero is just too scary in the hands of PSG LGD. When they have it, because to me it's a 3-4. That's what the hero's best at. We saw in that game that Secret lost. Mid one had top net worth on Pangolier for his side, but his game impact wasn't altered. Like, it's not a hero that needs to be in the 1 position of the net worth. Like, you just roll in and survive. As long as you have enough survivability items to get your spells off, you're going to be just fine. And FY's proven he can do that with just a couple of bracers.
Yeah.
Maybe a buckler here and there.
You just need to survive. If you can just get... The hero is really just about you get your spells off, yeah. You get your ult off, you get a couple shield crashes in, it innately lets you get more spells off because of the way that the ability works. I think the Darkseer ban, you know, like you're saying, I think that's one of the top ones as well. We've seen... It's not just about the Darkseer. Well, it is actually for MC because we saw 4-man vacuum centaur stuns, but it's also what it enables. It enables the Nyx Assassin, it enables your Sand Kings, it enables so many different 4 positions.
It's also the easiest, the offlaner with the most wave clear, and the easiest to execute. That is not how you want to play against Liquid. They are the masters of map movement, and if they have a wave clear advantage and the ability to outfight you in the mid game, like, they'll always abuse your lack of positioning expertise and just find pickoffs. As expected, Doom left in the pool. Doom is selected. Team Liquid not pulling any punches. They don't even really think about it. It makes sense.
Yeah. Immediate Shadow Shaman, I think this is one of those heroes we've seen is... This hero's winning a lot of games, and the Abaddon too. They're actually taking both of their supports. We've seen this happen before, actually from... I think it was from them as well. We've seen a couple teams been doing this with the double supports, and we actually saw this Abaddon versus Doom in the last game. We saw how much Puppey was actually able to do in a lot of instances where a Doom target, he's probably dead, and then you just get like 4 shields and 4 mist coils, and the Doom is completely negated.
Exactly. And
well, not completely.
I think Doom, in theory, countered Abaddon for a long time, but that was when Abaddon was a core. You don't want to Doom Abaddon any longer, and it's the same concept we were discussing last series, where this is the China ideal support duo, one with save, one with double lockdown. And the Shaker from Liquid, the G8 special. We saw Secret and EG and NIP all win games with this hero.
This hero's got like, I want to say this hero has won a majority of its game. I want to say it's like 70-something% win rate. I was looking really quickly at it before, and it was, I think, 15 or 18 games, and it had around that 70%. It's been a really dominant hero. The players that play it are all specialists of the hero, of course, and just having this so many disables, and just the lane securing, right? You're able to secure a lane. You're that hard lockdown from distance, so the Shadow Shamans, the shackles are a lot less likely to go off. Yeah, it's always a fun hero to watch.
Yeah, especially in a series like this. Winner goes on, loser goes home.
Yep, elimination on the line.
GH's hands too, right? When it's on Liquid, so he did have a bit of a rough game in, I think it was the first series yesterday, the first game of the series yesterday. But then in the third game, he had this amazing Earthshaker performance where they overextended. I think it was Paparazzi overextended once or twice, and GH just capitalized on it by getting these fantastic echoes. So he's always a treat to watch on that one.
Yeah, I like it when paired with the Doom as well. Especially, again, it's against an Abaddon in the laning phase. No matter what, the safe lane is going to be uncontestable because of how powerful these PSG LGD supports are. So when you have a Shaker, you counter it in the only way you really can, which is to abuse lane mechanics. Block the wave, pull creep waves, just get Doom his own XP, and you start roaming. Then pulling the supports away from this lane, forcing them to teleport around the map to save their other cores, and it gets your Doom into the game without you needing to hold his hand in the laning phase.
Yeah, I like this Brew ban a lot. I think we've seen this response to the Doom a lot of times. It used to be like, oh, Brew, you know, you just get doomed and then you can't get your split off. But then you're using a Doom on a Brewmaster who's the offlaner, who's kind of, that's his job, is he's the space maker a lot of those times. So I've actually seen LGD, I've seen a couple of the Chinese teams picking the Brewmaster to deal with the Doom.
So we have seen two heroes today that are kind of unusual. That I feel like I want to know if we have a chance of seeing them here. And one, of course, is going to be the Wind Ranger. Like, is that a thing that is going to be strictly to AG, that is strictly Sumail? We're not going to see that anywhere else?
Nope.
I don't think so either.
Okay. The other hero was Crystal Maiden that we saw from Liquid earlier today.
That one
Hiroki made it work.
I think it could be a possibility. The problem is, like, you don't even cancel shackles. That's, if you frostbite him, he just continues to shackle too, which is pretty scary. But at least you provide mana to these two, which is very nice. The Crystal Maiden could be nice for that factor, but
I think there's better options.
I think there's better
especially
options.
against Abaddon, you'll be able to shield stuff off.
I think Grimstroke looks amazing right now for Liquid.
Yeah, I
think
agree.
playing versus Abaddon is one of those heroes that you have to get in really close to get your spells up. And if there's a Grimstroke, you can always, you soul bind him to the target. And they already have the Doom set up for it. I think it looks pretty solid for Liquid if they want to go for that one.
They banned the Viper, and I know that's the Matumpa Man special, but it also means that heroes that are beaten by break mechanics are now far more valuable, notably Spectre.
10 seconds remaining.
And
In Monkey King.
yeah.
I
was wondering when the rest was going to come.
Yeah, those are two heroes very popular in the meta. I think, now that Tsunami brought up the Ags Doom, though, I really think that if you go Spectre on PSG LGD, that's the item choice for Mind Control. You actually just remove Disrupt or Dispersion.
Yeah, you remove all the
and walk on him.
Yep.
I actually am surprised that we have not seen more of those actions.
Yeah.
It's an item that it locks you into just being about your Doom, like you're not those auras anymore, but it can just removes somebody completely, removes their whole entire hero. Sure, Doom already does that, but this makes it so he's literally like useless. You can't do anything. No Jingus, no Deso, no Desolate, no Dispersion, no nothing. This is one of Chalice's most played heroes. This is also that Vision game we were talking about. I think when you're playing versus Shaker, you want someone that can be able to provide that a lot of the times for the initiations. It gives you more catch, and it synergizes well with Shadow Shaman always.
Yep.
Push.
It does. Abaddon too. All three of these heroes provide a mechanism for increasing the speed at which they kill structures, and it's this typical PSG LGD style where they always save their last two cores, unless they were confident, in the days where they were opening more for Terrorblade. It's one or the other. It's either these heroes are so good, we're going to pick them immediately for our core players, or there's nothing we like too much right now, so we're going to save it for last to make sure we get them the best matchups possible.
So what's going to be coming now? Like, which role are we debating here?
Oracle still in the pool?
I think for Liquid, they could do the Oracle. They could still look at Grimstroke if they want aggression.
Wyvern?
But Wyvern seems okay.
You're all
I like
agreeing that
Grimstroke.
you're looking for the position 5 with this third pick.
Yeah.
I would think so, yeah.
Unless there's a core that you think PSG
wanna
LG is
take.
targeting? Like maybe you're like, you beat them to the storm, but I don't think that that's the play here for Liquid. You just pick the 5 Kuro wants.
What about the, I mean, I don't know if Liquid's going to do it here because it's a little early, but the Dusa, I think for LGD, the Dusa looks pretty strong for them right now. Every time I see like these Dooms and Shakers, when you're playing versus Dusa, you're the target, you just don't really want to go for this target. You don't want to Doom a Dusa. It feels pretty bad a lot of those times.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, right? You don't remove the split shot, so if Dusa pops her ulti, you just don't care. I like that. A preemptive counter pick to a potential Dusa, to your point. Denying PSG LGD the opportunity to give that to Ame. I think Ame and Maybe have both played it recently.
Razor was one of those heroes that was very contested a lot of the times in some of these series in the opener, and then sometimes he's just completely forgotten too.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about vision. When you think about Beastmaster, it's kind of got the vision written all over it. Is it something, and actually traps from TA as well, speaking of more vision. Is that something that Liquid should be concerned about, to either get vision of their own or having a way to deal with that better?
Well, whenever you're outmatched in the vision department, I think it helps to have well, I'm not sure what to call it, like a buster, like a bristleback, a Medusa, something that can just walk forwards. You don't care if the enemy side initiates on you. And we've seen this executed by teams in the past where they just keep this one hero in between their allies and the enemies. And you might see everyone, but you can't actually initiate because it will require you to walk past this hero that just will refuse to let you. And Razor somewhat fills this gap, but the problem is that the amount of damage output the Radiant side our Chinese team can output is just so high. There's such incredible burst. Ooh. And there you go.
So that's a 5-position Doom.
Yeah, you're right.
They're switching it up entirely.
They've done that before.
They have. We've seen a couple. I've seen VP do this as well throughout the tournament too. So switching it up entirely, giving themselves that's a lot of team fight. Abaddon is one of those heroes that can be pretty good versus Tide, right? We've seen that one in the past where you get hit by the Ravage, you pop your ult, and you shield someone immediately to try to remove it. So that one's pretty good. But yeah, the vision right now for LGD is really high, but now Liquid has something to group around, like I was mentioning. This is the hero where you know where we're going, but come at us pretty much.
Exactly. And you just plant this fat watermelon on a high ground, on a hill, and just dare PSG LG to walk at you. The thing is, though, the pace that Liquid's going to be able to play with is limited unless the Razor gets off to a good start. Their support duo takes a lot of time to come online.
They don't help lanes like a crazy amount either. Like the Fissure, sure, it resets the positioning and you play with the like where it is, but sometimes you can really suffer a lot when you have these two melee heroes that walking up can be a pretty tough time, especially when you're playing versus like a Shadow Shaman who is the king of the lanes.
They're trying not to lose the lanes and then rotate. They can't really go in a 2-on-2 and expect to come out dominating. The Razor, I think, is who GH is really going to want to play around, find kills. Both of these melee cores of PSG LGD, if they end up in a lane against him, will suffer if they get Fissure blocked.
Is that a morph for LGD in the last pick? He can turn into the Razor.
It's good. Yeah, it's a pretty good morph game. I'll give you that.
Looks pretty nice. The Sable's pretty limited. I mean, the Shaker is if you get doomed, of course, but it's hard to actually get those off on a lot of the times.
You already also have so much physical damage, it wouldn't help to throw a bit of like a mixed carry in there because you'd love to have a bit of magical burst. Otherwise, Liquid just can itemize for raw survivability, armor, and maybe a halberd even on somebody and just run at the TA.
I'd imagine they ban the. I'd imagine they ban that morph just because you just turn into Razor and then it's a good matchup. Yeah. They actually take out the Monkey King. All right, so they want to try to secure this lane for the Tidehunter.
I think they want to. I think you want a mid here to go up against the TA. You could just put the Razor there, but it's not as favorable as a matchup as I think people give it credit for.
Where else are you going to put the Razor?
I've seen the TAs actually win lately.
Against the Beast, perhaps? Yeah, I think because you start boots. You just have so much damage.
They take the Morphling. I like that. They take the Morphling. I think that was definitely what LGD was looking for there. Now Morphling versus TA, this is fantastic. You get to turn into your own TA. You get Refraction as a Morphling. It's really, really nice for them
too.
as well.
You just play with his aura.
Or you can also send Hawks as well. That's also a really nice thing they can do in response. You can turn in and send Hawks around the map. I think this was definitely a steal pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like it as well because now you have effectively every team, a hero on Liquid, will be tanky. The supports are going to suffer, but all three cores can play aggressive. It doesn't matter if PSG LGD see them. None of them make very attractive targets for bursting down, and you need some sustained damage now on the side. OD is still in the pool, but you have a TA already. I don't think that that's what you're going for. Maybe you don't want a Terrorblade, I don't think.
What's the Ame hero?
Spectre? It's not a bad Spectre game, but...
They have really good Roche right now in LGD. That's the one thing I'm looking at. It's like if they have something fast-paced, they could just like run over Liquid. It's like, do you want to go all in? If you go for something like Ursa, you're very all in. And
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that. I think they probably want something that they can like fall back on.
Well, I could list Ame's heroes, but he is very diverse. So he's played a lot of different heroes over the last couple of days.
Especially
Void?
lately, I've been seeing him playing like, I mean, he's been loving his Void, but he's also been throwing back to like lone druids and heroes that I didn't see. And it is going to be the Ursa. I thought it might be just because they might go for this all in, and now it's the lane versus the Tidehunter too. But this is very all in. If they don't end up like getting like, if they don't have a big advantage and get several Roshans, Liquid could just wait to the later stages of the game, and then this Morphling can just have an incredible game.
Yeah, it's cool though. I like when you see two distinct styles going head to head. PSG LGD, they need skirmishes, they need map control, they need to abuse the pace, the vision that we've been harping on over and over. Liquid, you want to slow the game state down as much as possible. If people are going to die, make them die on the enemy side of the map, preferably around that Radiant Tier 2 area. Keep them away from Roche, slow the game down, get the Morph online, take a huge fight with Ravage in a choke point or around the Roche pit, spin it around.
It's very specific.
That's the kind of game we have.
Does that mean that you favor PSG LGD because it's easier to execute drafts?
It's tough. I'm not sure, actually. I feel like it comes down to play. It's going to be a mistake here and there that could decide everything. Although I think Liquid definitely have a higher degree of execution for their lineup. They don't have that real catch hero until GH has his blink.
You want to have any final words?
I think I'm liking the pace. As long as LGD can set the pace, and we were talking about how important tempo is, I think they can actually just run over this game. But if Liquid's able to hold back, they can definitely fight and they have a really strong late game with this Morphling.
It should be an exciting one for sure then here for the first one of this lower bracket matchup. And it's time to head over to our commentary duo of the night. It is OD Pixel and Gods.
LGD versus Liquid. We've had some great series today. This is another treat to end the night with, as this best of three kicking off. LGD looking to run them down with a fast drought. Will it work, Parker?
It definitely can. I mean, they've got a way to win these lanes, just roll over them, take every single Roshan. But if Liquid can hold on, Morphling, late game. He is the king of the late game in this game.
Well, we'll see as we look to get ourselves started into the action here between these two teams. What do you think sort of stands out the most for you from Liquid's draft? This sort of final pick, Morphling, is there going to be the space and time for Miracle to have a big impact?
I mean, the Morphling as the big carry, but also the team fight. Pulling out this Tidehunter with a support Doom gives them something very different with their draft.
Well, let's find out as we get ourselves started.
PSG LGD contre Team Liquid. Game 1.
Let's get this one started. PSG LGD versus Team Liquid down here in the lower bracket. We'll see who can fight on and move forward to the final day here at the Major. So, as we said, PSG LGD, they got a lot of push, a lot of go. These Shaman Wards, the Beastmaster and his army, and literally army on the Ursa. A lot of ways to fight early and take these kills. We'll see what sort of lane matchups they can get, though, Parker, because there's some matchups that I'm sure Liquid are going to want to try and avoid.
Yeah, these lanes for LGD are very scary. Shadow Shaman with Beastmaster. Beastmaster doesn't see much play this tournament, but he is one of those lane dominators, particularly with the Shadow Shaman backing him up with that boots first.
We'll see a start off here as GH trying to block off X-Nova. Won't quite have the damage to finish him off as X-Nova is able to get away, but now starting to reveal those lanes.
Liquid got 3 bounties. Good start.
And the matchups all seem to be Mind Control getting that matchup against the Beastmaster on his own. Unless Chalice does want to move, and it looks like they will indeed move. They absolutely want to force this Arme Ursa against the Mind Control Tide in that 1v1.
Yeah, so a small edge for Liquid early on as it's LGD who has to make the first kind of lane swap. The reason they got 3 bounties is because this Shadow Shaman is camping this mid lane, hoping to snipe a courier with this boots first. So you don't see this too often, and they're hoping that it might catch Liquid by surprise. Oh, fissure block.
They won't dive too far, though. TP is going to be inbound by the Shaman, and that does mean that the space and safety is now granted for the courier to be delivered out on mid towards Matumba Man.
And he wasn't waiting for the Shaman to leave or anything. It just so happened that Matu didn't need the courier just yet or didn't have the money for his Wraithband recipe, so a bit unlucky.
Quick trick back to base from Xnova as he'll look to move himself around the lanes, get the refuel on both HP and mana. And this mid lane, we'll see how it does play out. The way that maybe he has entered into the lane. We've seen sometimes just coming into the lane with the boots. That won't be the case for maybe. Does start off still with the standard stat items on the TA. And that will allow that edge to be there for Matuma Man's Razor. 5 for 5 against the 3 for 0 with these constant static link usages.
Yeah, he should win the lane on Matu's Razor, but he's not going to necessarily out-farm the TA because of that, because TA can fall back, farm the jungle, and Razor probably not going to be able to just max the passive if you want to dominate the lane as hard as you can.
And with the lanes as they are, Liquid keeping the 3 down bottom, meaning that Mind Control will continue to be left alone against this Arme Ursa lane. There's no movements there, just also Xnova making sure the Mind Control has the struggle of getting close to that creep wave up top. A lot of space will be granted for that top lane Ursa.
Yeah. Liquid understand the Morphling is their way to win this game. He's the big hard carry.
With the Fisher block off, onto Chalice. He's got to take the long route round to try and get himself back to safety. Slowing him down, blocking him off FY, making sure the Miracle can't get in to continue the chase, but Kuro and GH doing a pretty good job of it just between the two of them. Chalice has the movement speed to get back underneath that tower and will avoid the kill attempt from Kuro and GH.
They're hoping they might get another fissure, but it just wasn't quite coming back up. Another block up now.
It's a pretty good one. They're going to have to cut through quite a few trees to make it back to safety as they're trapped here. FY and Chalice, can they get out? They can't. Miracle claims first blood. They'll also get the Infernal Blade slammed down onto Chalice, forcing him back around the tower. GH still has his eyes on him, and they push the creep wave in so they can stay a little aggressive onto him. Chalice trying his best to hide out. Now the TP comes back in from FY. They're diving forward. Another Fisher gets the lock off. Double kill for Miracle as they clean up both of them. And now FY wants to get on his own. Has to be very, very careful. GH with these Fishers setting up success for Miracle.
Yeah, we talk a lot when there's these Doom lanes about which is like the ideal creep to get. With a tri-lane, this Thunderclap from the Hellbear is incredible. It's 150 damage nuke with a slow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top lane Mind Control, trying to find the best way to play this lane around the Ursa and the Abaddon, making those pull attempts. Does TP back to the tower. But again, bottom though, FY, that's the focus is GH. The Fishers making it so hard for LGD to play this bottom lane as Miracle, he's now on a killing spree at 3 minutes in.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about GH's Shaker this tournament. Like, can you give him this hero? Earlier today, you know, it was just being constantly banned out in so many series against like the likes of Secret with Yapzor, but Liquid getting their hands on it, and it has looked like his best hero of this tournament. Going it here with all these fissure blocks.
Mid lane, as the matchup continues, we do see that Matuma Man still holds that advantage, maybe starting to close the gap. But still, the Razor leads, having that beginning, allowing him to stay ahead. But they'll now offer some backup towards mid lane. It's PSG LGD. They do have both supports around here. Even though they came up towards the mid, they'll start to move back down bottom. Will be spotted out by the Liquid Ward. Also the fact that GH also came in. Maybe seeing if he could get the block off onto maybe and set up for Matuma Man to try for a kill. He'll be sent back down bottom as he's herded down by the two supports of PSG.
To see what these next moves are going to be. Bounty Rune's about to come up, which is what both teams have their eyes on. Top lane looks very open for Arme to get both, and Liquid knowing that this tri-lane bottom is working so far. This is where they're strongest. They want to get 2 runes down here.
And GH has the stun control to make sure he grabs that rune away from Xnova. Can give him a bit of a rundown as well. They also have the Doom moving in. They are going to continue to chase Xnova a little bit. Fisher blocks him off. Can he still slip through here? He can, so Xnova will get himself away, but GH is going to continue to chase this a little bit. Does now back off. There's a little bit too much time spent chasing him. So the Abaddon will survive, but yeah, no TP, so Xnova will have to walk his way around to safety, and there's a bit of time where he's going to be out of the lanes.
Yeah, despite the Tide playing into an Ursa, he is farmed absolutely just fine in this top lane. No problems for Mind Control, and is a 1k gold lead early on, in large due to that, because bottom lane, the Liquid tri-lane, as you'd expect, crushing it.
GH, the passive proc on Chalice. Chalice will be fine. Actually able to turn and punch into Kuro a little bit. Kuro's got level 3, does have that that Satire Aura, so that extra boosted HP regen is going on him.
Yeah, the Shockwave itself, it's good, but you just don't really have the mana to support it because he's gone for this 1-1-1 skill build, so he's using both Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade in lane. He is a bit mana starved, and that's where it really is just for the aura. That Hellbear nuke is just a little bit more efficient because it's 150 damage only for 50 mana cost. But they're going to go back, fall back for a 3-man shrine. Speaking of efficiency, this is going to allow them to just stick around in this lane and continue to apply pressure onto LGD.
Yeah, even adding Matuma Man into the mix. So maximum efficiency from that. But PSG LGD, the best thing they have got going is this Ursa, Ame. He had that free lane, they forced the matchup. The question is what he's going to be able to do with those quick items that he will pick up, as he has to get active around the map as soon as possible to make sure they can play the game at a pace that Miracle will struggle to keep up with. But bottom lane, Fisher looking for Chalice. Chalice, he's got X-Nova by his side, so Chalice will be fine. Liquid can't continue to chase on for him.
Keeping him honest, making sure that if X-Nova's not there, you know, there's some potential that you get a kill out of it. But yeah, it really is this Ursa. Going for the build we've seen mostly on Ursa, phase into drums, wanting to just have that insane movement speed, chase potential. It's usually a 0-4-4 build. We won't see any points in Earthshock. He'll be entirely just using that movement speed advantage to chase down and secure these kills in fights.
Yeah, once he has those items, we'll make it a little more scary for Mind Control to show himself in lane, despite the fact that Mind Control, as you mentioned earlier, is still getting good farm out of a situation where we have seen a lot of tides crumble before when left alone against the Ursa, but he's played it smart, utilizing the jungle, utilizing the neutrals, and making sure that he doesn't feed his life away in that 1v1.
Yeah, there's a good chance Mind Control is going to be trying to bait him into the tower with a Ravage, so if Ame ever gets too aggressive underneath the tower, he could see a Ravage turnaround. Between tower damage and a TP from someone like an Earthshaker, a Razor, there is kill potential, and Ame has to respect that.
Have a bit of a shot on towards FY. But definitely a lot harder for them to get these kills. In PSG LGD, they can turn a little bit onto Kuro. Still so beefy with that HP regen that he does have.
Yeah, very quiet game other than those fissure block kills that we've seen in this bottom lane. Mid lane's just been a bit of a farm trade. Top lane, similar thing. And both teams just ramping up to get their levels and starting items, which overall favors Liquid. They're the ones with this big late game carry and the Morphling. They also suddenly get a whole lot scarier with their ultimates, like the Tide Ravage. And that's just not quite matched by LGD with their level 6s. Roar will be nice, and Beastmaster is approaching that level 6.
GH was trying to find an angle with a Fisher down bottom. They do actually get the nuke in onto X-Nova. Kuro is on top of him with the Scorched Earth, but the deny's there. As now they can try and turn, looking maybe at bringing Kuro down. He has still got that regen. GH is there with the block off. Has got an Enchant Totem to help out, to hold them down. And in fact, with the Infernal Blade and the Shockwave, Chalice is the one to fall low. Waveform forward, they get the kill. Chalice is dead. Another kill for Liquid on this bottom lane. As FY and X-Nova unable to offer the help required to keep Chalice alive, as X-Nova had to spend that time back in the fountain after denying himself. Now they'll try and strike back, looking for GH, Fisher's out, but they get the kill. PSG LGD will finally be able to get rid of that pesky Shaker.
FY somehow already has Arcane Boots. He's been taking a lot of the farm and CS in this bottom lane. More net worth than the Beastmaster on his own team. Speaking of net worth, Ursa skyrocketing ahead. Even though the Tide's been CSing well, so much of that was from the neutral camp, that small camp in particular, which does not give a lot of gold. So Mind Control's kind of been shifted over to this mid lane now, knowing that he just can't lane against this Ursa. There's too much kill potential coming out of Ame, and they're going to switch Matu to the top lane on his Razor.
Now we'll see what sort of plays PSG LGD make around Ame. Because with those phase drums, he is definitely ready to go and run heroes down.
You don't feel good about your Ursa just staying top 1v1 or 1v0.
The bounty runes once again, Liquid trying their best to force PSG LGD off, but PSG LGD will be able to claim 3 of the 4 this time round.
Yeah, and Ame made a really cool play. So the 5-minute bounty rune was never picked up by him. So he just got 2 bounty runes back to back right at the same time there.
Kuro being focused. Fisher though, again, GH stopping any sort of danger coming out. Making sure the PSG LGD cannot chase on Liquid. It's the first time maybe they're moving away from that middle lane, but unable to find any sort of catch or kill. As the Deso queued up for opting for that rush rather than the blink first this game.
Yep, slightly better for just taking that early Roshan, pushing some towers. He's going to be less focused on the, the split push and needing an escape, because he just feels like, we're the early game lineup, we can just run at them as 5.
And Arme, Momentum Man being in the lane, very hard for Arme to make the play happen onto the Razor.
Yeah, he's got the Morbid Mask, so if there's ever an opening, he can easily solo Roshan at this point, but it's going to be very obvious if Arme ever leaves this top lane. The fact he's been sitting there for 11 minutes by himself is already a little surprising. It's not often you see Ursus just play by themselves.
They are going to go for this smoke on towards mid, looking for mind control. Chalice, FYR on top of him, straight away, no hesitation. Ravage will come out, and here are the TPs. They've dove in for this one, PSG LGD, but they're going to get punished by the looks of it. Chalice will be able to hold back Matuma Man with the Raw. Mind control is hunting Miracle, waveform up to the high ground. They've got the vision upon him, and Chalice is dead. A greedy play there from PSG LGD, diving in very deep. FY also in trouble as GH and Kuro chase him down. Diving the tier 1 for that Tidehunter ended up being a bit of a mistake.
It's tied, he's got Kraken, and you're fighting without your strongest hero, the Ursa. It's not like this Ursa is hard carry you're making space for. The second they go for that move, I'm kind of expecting Arme to maybe just TP to the mid tier 1. It doesn't really change things, it's still just too far, too deep, but they need to play around Arme. He is the strongest hero on this Radiant side right now. And they're learning that, they're bringing FY top. Rather than have Arme come to them, go to him.
They want to try and dive it, but it's hard when Matuma Man just pop in the eye of the storm. He still has good movement speed on that Razor as well, so can keep himself far away from the move from PSG LGD.
That smoke should have been headed to the top lane, I feel. That would have been the more efficient way to play this.
GH, he's able to just walk in. Echo Slam's there for the setup. TPs are coming through, but it's not going to be in time to offer any sort of safety for maybe as the TA falls.
They will get the top tier 1 tower, but this is all in all a favorable exchange for Liquid. Killing the enemy mid, that top tier 1 tower is going down regardless. And they're just continuing to find these kills while Miracle free farming down in the bottom lane. He's not keeping up with the Ursa. He does have that bit of extra gold boost as well as that tower money now as well. But man, are things looking pretty decent for Liquid considering they are not really meant to be this early to mid game draft.
And they are, it's close in net worth, but as we say, we're just looking towards Arme to make something happen with this power that he has farmed up on the top lane. FY tries to start things off onto Mind Control, but Mind Control, he's got the backup of Kuro and GH. He'll go for Shackles, but FY is dead. As the rest of PSG LGD have to get out of there, and they still are struggling to find some way to use this huge net worth lead that Arme has. They've got to get him involved somehow.
Yeah, he's going to queue up a diffuser. Level 11 as well. It's both a gold and experience advantage that you see on this Ursa. He is going to go down that bottom lane. I like the idea of sending Ursa to the lane where Morphling is because Arme alone can just bully Miracle out of this lane. Miracle's forced to just chuck a stun and run away. There's a good chance wherever, if Ursa goes to Morphling's lane, Morphling just has to TP or rotate to like another side of the map, or he needs multiple heroes to back him up and threaten to kill the Ursa. Right now, Miracle drawing lines mid, saying, look, this Ursa, let's avoid him. He's the scariest guy in this game. Run away from him, and let's go kill this TA again. Let's go push mid, let's go top. No point laning or playing against Ursa right now.
Kuro with the invis and Doom ready to drop. Could find an easy catch here for Liquid.
What's he gonna find? In the trees is FY, hiding for now.
They do have the sentry down.
They've seen him, I think. FY knows.
They've got the catch, they've got the setup, they have the shadows, but do they have more detection? They don't. It's on
There's
the
another
courier.
sentry. He's walking into it.
He's trying his best to run away, but with the swipe stacking up, they'll get him. Surely stick charges won't keep him alive. Arme finally able to get his first taste of blood this game on his Ursa.
Yeah. You want to be using these early drums charges. That's where you get that crazy move speed advantage to just Fury swipes people down. He's used 2 now, got him 1 kill of it. The first one attempted to kill the Razor up top, wasn't successful, but better with the tempo, and they're dropping these surf mods. These need to be getting used off cooldown.
And he's doing the work here, getting this tower taken. Fortification does come out.
Here comes Shaker. They make it. This is important. If you get denied, that's a lot of gold removed from LGD.
Dire's middle tower.
And they'll get
Got
it. Mind control.
That's key gold.
Limiting that bonus.
Yeah, you're playing this fast-paced strat that is on a bit of a window that you have to hit to win this game, and every piece of gold counts. That's going to slow down a lot of these just key items. But LGD, Deso on TA, Ursa, Roshan can just melt so easily. If Liquid are ever not around that Roshan pit, LGD will have no problems at all taking it with ease. But if you're Liquid, you're okay giving up Rosh. Giving up Rosh is not the end of the world. As long as you're keeping these lanes shoved out, both mid and bottom lane particularly, you just want this Morphling to be camped out bottom. Miracle just got himself a free tier 1 tower uncontested. This game is going for the most part according to plan for Liquid.
With the timings, though, PSG LGD they are definitely ready to run at them, you would imagine.
Yes.
Diffusal's done on the Ursa FY. He's got the Ether Lens complete, so that extra reach and setup between him and Chalice with the Roar, they've got a lot of ways to just go.
And this is the free Roche.
This is the sort of the pattern that PSG LGD want to play with. Get the Roche, get the Aegis, start to look for the kills. Arme picks the Aegis up. They're ready to look towards mid. They've got the trap slows, the shackles as well. FY has the reach. It's a big kill here for PSG LGD as they surround Matuma Man. Matuma Man's dead and gone. The Roar into mind control. This is the speed that we talked about. PSG LGD now ready to fight, ready to chase. Trap slow once again. He's got the crack and he's got the anchor, but it won't save him. Double kill there for Maybe. As this is the power of LGD
He's
now
still chasing.
being shown.
He's got Diffusal, he can slow him even further.
GH in trouble. Here he comes with the hits, burning that mana. The creep's kind of blocking Arme up, but the phase boosts are back up as he slides himself over them. Mana's gone for GH, so's his life.
Dire's middle tower.
So much chase and run at you potential from LGD. And the reason they can find these kills is the vision game as well. TA traps scattered around the map, the Beastmaster Hawk. They instantly go from Roshan to a Matu kill mid, and then they kill 2 more in the jungle because they just see everyone. They know exactly where Liquid are, and they're able to punish anyone who's out of position because of this Diffusal blade. They're not done. Arme's got Kuro.
Arme going in, and he's got it.
Just runs behind the tower, finds it. Doom, he's like, okay, I'll take that. Miracle could be in some trouble here.
Has to be careful. If they can get on top of him, any sort of disable, he's in trouble. They've got the slow, the mana being burnt. Mind Control and GH are there to help out. Fisher's out. They'll try and turn Ravage onto the 2 of them with a borrowed time. They're turning to help it. GH, he's on top and maybe they'll kill the TA. Liquid, they'll get 1. They're going to try and chase for more. The static link on Arme, soaking up a lot of the damage. FY will be left behind. Double kill for Miracle. TP over from Kuro towards the shrine to help set up for a 3rd. As Arme, he's got that movement speed with the phase, the drums. He'll run out of there.
I think Kurosho just doomed him. You could have stopped the phase boots and the drums there, and that would have allowed them to kill the Ursa. It's an Aegis, but when he respawns, you surround him and you can stun him and kill him. So they miss out on the Ursa kill by not using the Doom, but they win a very important fight there, just too deep. And I mean, Miracle, yeah, he's kind of trapped surrounded by 4, but he knows the exact way out. He's like, okay, go full strength, so I can just stun this Ursa. He can't then chase me, and he's the damage. If Ursa's not clicking Miracle, he's not dying.
GH, Blink Dagger's there for him now. Echo Slam's still on called out. He doesn't need it to find the set of the arm mid. There we go with the Fisher. Kuro still not wanting to use the Doom as of yet, especially understandable when X-Nova's there to back Arme up.
Yeah, he's not overcommitted. The top lane here was just so heavily overcommitted, it's worth using that Doom for an Aegis, but near the enemy T1 tower, too risky. Speaking of risky, Chalice.
They found him out on his own. He'll turn with the Roar to slow down Matuma, but GH there with the block off. Chalice still able to weave his way through the trees. On the retreat, there's no tier 1 for any backup to TP in to help him out though, so Chalice will just try and do his best to stay alive as long as possible. But Liquid will still be able to clean him up.
Yeah, top lane, tier 2 tower reclaimed, so Chalice at least board his teammates as much time as possible to get some work done, get a tier 2 tower, take over a bit more of this Liquid top jungle at least. But LGD, they're on that clock.
They've got to keep this pace up.
Absolutely. The BKB timing is the big one. You're playing against a tight shaker. When you get double BKB, that's essentially the window you have to win the game, or if it drags any longer than that, you're in a lot of trouble.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They may find themselves having to slow this game down a bit. The Aegis, there's still a little bit of time left on it, but they've taken 2 towers top. They're in no shape to go for any kind of a high ground play, so I think it's time to regain control of your own jungle down bottom and kind of start eyeing off those bottom towers and this bottom Liquid jungle where they've been getting a lot of farm, constantly killing Ancients. It's an even game.
And Mind Control. He's going to start the walk in towards Arme. Body shield in the face of the drums, Arme.
They can't fight into this damage steal. They're just going to have to disengage until that static link damage is returned. They may just want to leave TA split pushing top and force Liquid back there though, rather than fighting down bottom.
I've got just under a minute left to play around with the Aegis.
Ooh, Crimson Guard.
Bit of a different build from Matu.
Yeah. He recognizes and understands his job. Similar to a game earlier we've seen him play Razor.
Taking a look for Kuro. The Roar's out as well onto the Doom. Backup's there as Miracle turns into the Abaddon, offers the shield towards Kuro to get him out of the stun. Now Arme has to back up 30 seconds. You've got to watch that timer on the Aegis. It's running short.
Every time he gets a static link off, they have to disengage. They try burst someone. If they don't burst him, run away. Because the second the Ursa's damage has been depleted, there's no team fighting potential. They may look to re-engage now that Ursa is about to regain his damage. We'll see if LGD feel confident about it. They don't have TA with them. TA playing around the top lane.
Bottom, they dive in. Miracle tips forward, and bam, Chalice. Nuke down by the combo of the Morph, and Liquid will take this tier 2 down bottom as PSG LGD will be a little hesitant to fight with the Beastmaster dead and that Aegis now expired.
Yeah, things not looking all too good for LGD despite this 1k gold lead. They had in themselves that first Aegis, didn't really turn it into a whole lot. Second Roshan BKB timing is what they're kind of going to be looking at as their key point of this game. That's going to be the make or break. Liquid, meanwhile, they know there's no BKBs, and they've got Tide Ravage. You cannot really teamfight into this with Ursa's Aegis having expired, and they're just going to take themselves a free T1 tower. They back off, and things continue to go well for Team Liquid here. But it's still time left for LGD. They're not past that point where this game starts to look too difficult, but this next Roshan is going to be key for them.
They've got to make sure they can secure it. They've got good trap vision down. The TA's traps making sure that they have eyes on the exact respawn time of Roche.
I like some of the item decision making too. Chalice has like a Solar Crest queued up. I think they know they're going to hit this timing where they want to go high ground with Roche #2 and BKBs. Having a Solar Crest to put on your teammate on either the TA or the Ursa just gives them so much bonus attack speed to push with and team fight with. There's still a big problem, and that's dealing with this static link. It can just be so brutal and just ruin the ability to team fight for either Ursa or TA, which is why TA actually has a Hurricane Pike queued up, going for that before the BKB. And we'll probably see TA take the next Aegis. That was perhaps, in hindsight, not where LGD should have put the first one. And if maybe can be on the front line hitting buildings, the second Razor static links him, he's going to just Hurricane Pike himself to create this distance where he can break the static link and then continue to push.
Bottom lane ready to go. Jump in straight away, looking towards Arme. Has X-Nova by him. They have to be careful.
The BKB, but Arme.
GH tries for the Fisher block. Still with the Aphotic Shield. Arme's more than safe. They'll continue to run back. Another zip forward, the Miracle. Oh, turning into the Shaman. Goes for the Hex. Does get removed by the Aphotic Shield. Miracle back into the Shaman form to offer the Shackles. To give FY a bit of a taste of his own medicine. GH blinks forward. Lockdown's there. As Miracle now godlike on this Morph that just hasn't died at all this game, and he's already moving in onto the top lane, trying to see if they can get the chase onto maybe Kuro.
He's got no blink.
He's got the burn down. There's going to be a buyback from FY as bottom lane, the fight also continues.
Great trap usage. He's saving himself from the chasing doom.
As they do get Matuma Man coming in with a buyback, the Chalice and Arme the ones to find it, maybe, into the trees, TP out.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Kuro, it looked like he was going to be able to chase down and catch up to Maybe, but Maybe just used 2-3 consecutive traps to continually slow Kuro and kite him, preventing him from getting a Doom off, saving his own life in the process. Very high skill mechanical play coming out from the PSG LGD mid laner.
And now PSG LGD, they're in that position that they've tried to get in for the last few minutes. They're now able to shove this bottom lane out, take these tier 1s and these tier 2s away off the map of Liquid and open up that chance to have any of the 3 lanes potentially, you know, in a situation where they can now siege.
Yeah, and this is all because of Maybe's TA play top. He drew 2-3 heroes up there to deal with the split push, and while he's doing that, his team catch the stragglers. Matu's Razor didn't TP out in time, gets caught, and he dies. And then, hey, you've got 4 LGD heroes bottom. They get to just push down that lane while TA draws attention away.
LGD's got to back up now, though. Echo Slam and Ravage still at the availability of Liquid as they'll set up for these runes. Miracle able to take the one up top. PSG LGD will get 2 themselves, 2 for 2. Kuro still leading the charge under the cover of the smoke.
They've seen Arme top, so they know once again you catch the stragglers. This time it's Liquid looking for them. Chalice very nearby a few Liquid heroes, but Liquid knowing that Miracle's Morphling's not there, and he's the one they want to start playing around, particularly with this E-Blade, which is very close to finishing.
FY, Hex, TP out, it'll do it. Has the duration with that Hex to get out. Mid lane, Matu building up to be that tanky force to charge in at the front of the fights. Plate mail on top of Crimson.
Yep. I'll have to see how he tries to guarantee these static links. That's his job, is just get the longest possible static link on either Ursa or TA. This was a big part of their win earlier when they were playing this Razor.
And there's the E-Blade now for Miracle. So now PSG LGD X-Nova has got to be super hot on how he offers the defensive spells out, as there's the potential for heroes to just get wiped out of the game, as they are in a place making sure that PSG LGD do not get a free Roshan.
Yeah, TA's BKB is still a bit of a ways away because of all these item stop-offs. The Hurricane Pike means it's not quite there yet, but completing a Basher means he's got that little bit of extra lockdown and burst when he jumps in. Can take away some of that response potential. This is actually something Morphling can be a little bit afraid of.
And bottom, GH jumps in, but FY quick with the Hex and the wards. GH is gone. Quick finger plays there from FY will allow him and Chalice to get the kill and get out.
And they instantly rotate top. They want to play around right.
Mind control is in with the Ravage. Doomsdown as well. There's the Evening. Bam! Arme's gone. They'll look towards maybe X-Nova, giving them the shield. Maybe forces himself up to the high ground. They cannot chase any further. Maybe will get himself out of there. But it's these quick blink plays that are very hard for PSG LGD to react to. And you saw with the speed that Miracle can get the damage out with that E-Blade.
Can Liquid Roche now? They have no Ravage, but Miracle kills this very quick.
Or they do lose Kuro outside of the pit. This may make it a little risky for Liquid.
It's very risky.
Kuro's going to buy back, make sure that he can secure this area. GH will now respawn.
I think they might have this, though.
It's still hard to fight.
There's no Roar, no Serpent Wards. PSG LGD don't have good options to fight with.
And they're up to the high ground. They're pushing PSG LGD away from this Roche. GH has the Echo Slam, so still risky for PSG LGD to try and run in as a 5-man.
They're delaying it still.
They try for the shackles, but with the shifting already beginning, he cannot hold down Miracle.
Even these TA traps, this tiny bit of slow, every little bit adding up here as Liquid have not finished Roshan, and with 6 seconds left, Ursa's going to be back in time to take a fight at this pit. Alt giving vision too.
They're going to try and finish it off Liquid, but as you say, they're still double guessing it. They're thinking about how much they want to commit. They know that they have to respect the 5-man of PSG LGD. And now with this smoke up, PSG LGD can look to try and get a jump and a wrap round onto Liquid.
They did smoke under a ward,
They're just going to go straight into the pit, actually.
Yeah, I think this is the better call.
As Liquid, they've got to do something about this. This Roche is falling quick. PSG LGD just walking right under their noses, and they've got it. Aegis and G's. It's PSG LGD's, and now they can look to kill. They'll go towards Matuma Man. Static links there, as well as the Fisher with the Force. It's shoving Arme away, breaking that link. Nuke will be thrown out onto X-Nova, but the borrowed time keeps him safe. As PSG LGD, they want to use this Aegis. They want to fight. Arme, he's charging in, BKB's popped, he's on top of Kuro, the bash, Kuro's gone! Now we look towards mind control. E-Blade safety offered by Miracle, but PSG LGD that keeps it on mind control. Gets the blink off.
Wow, they had no magic damage to stop that one.
As Liquid will get back to the base. They've lost Kuro for 50 seconds.
They know there's a small window without Ravage here. 20 seconds before back up. They want to hit this tier 3 tower.
As the Serpent Wards are dropped.
Very defensive Serpent Wards. You can tell they don't feel good about getting racks here.
Arme just charging in. Space is there for maybe to just start hitting the tier 3. Arme, forced out, slid out of the base.
I think that's the end of this push. They almost get the tier 3, down to 400 health. They were just looking to get a tier 3 so they can fall back and take shrines. You know, I think LGD understand they're not going to be able to break this game and win it off of Roche number 2. I mean, they need to find a way to take Roche number 3 almost.
And this move was just so brilliant. No need to run at the team when you can just run into the Roshan pit, and Liquid aren't able to get in and put a stop to this. They take it right in front of Liquid, and suddenly Liquid, they had to be the ones that cannot afford to fight around here. Great usage of this force, making sure that the static link is never long enough that it puts Arme off from fighting. He's already ready to run straight back in at them.
He saw like 70-ish damage, but even despite that, Ursa was still seeing around 105 damage regardless, and with the Fury swipes on top of that, he still has enough kill potential.
As now with the 4K lead, PSG LGD sort of back on track with the timings they want to be hitting.
Yeah, 4K lead. Aegis in hand, I mean, they still have the Aegis, end of the day, with the cheese, but it's so hard to break high ground. They'll likely wait for the next Serpent Wards and try and finish off a tier 3 tower. Taking these shrines out of the map as well will just help slowly advance this game as well in their favor, but Liquid is still scaling very well because of this Morphling, and this E-Blade, yes, there's BKBs on Ursa and TA now, but the fact, if you can just hit them with an E-Blade combo and force out that BKB, that in itself is a great way of kind of counteracting them. Not so much against the TA Refraction, but the Ursa. We saw that fight. He goes high ground. He just gets fissured into an E-Blade combo. The fissure comes from Fog, so you can't actually BKB it, and while the E-Blade combo may not kill you off, it does force you out of the fight. In that case, force him off of the high ground and keeps their tier 3 tower alive.
Arme with the blink and make sure that he gets on these targets, definitely has the damage and the speed to remove a hero even if he gets linked straight away.
Yeah, this is a sign that they want to go now. He goes back for this later blink and wants to just be able to jump on a key target like that Doom, who doesn't have the Ghost Scepter yet. I was about to say, that's the must-buy item for Kuro, because he is Ursa's #1 target. Earthshaker has a Ghost Scepter, Razor is tanky. You can just take this Doom out. It's a free kill every single time. Liquid do not have the save.
Smokes up PSG LGD.
Got
That blink ready.
them.
They're looking for a target. Arme's in onto Kuro. There's the E-Blade though, keeping Kuro alive. Kuro's still alive. Gets the chance to die. GH, he goes in, but there's the Doom. Down onto maybe's in trouble, but they've killed off GH. They've killed off Kuro. They will lose the TA. A 2-for-1 trade. Both teams ever so quick with the plays there.
Miracle's E-Blades this game have been fantastic. Defensively use an item that's, we talk about the shotgun morphling. No, Miracle's using it to save lives, not take them. And first, it's Mind Control's tied in mid lane. This time it's Kuro, who does die, but most importantly, he gets Doom off because TA didn't get Aegis, but has Cheese. If there's no Doom there, TA gets cheesed off. 0 chance of TA dying there without the Doom, so very clutch. Makes it a 1-for-2 trade, but it's a TA being traded for supports. That favors Team Liquid, particularly when they're playing against Aegis. By the time there's another team fight, Aegis is expired.
And with this lineup, as we say, as the game goes on, Miracle's morph is only going to get harder and harder for PSG LGD's lineup to deal with. He's up there, level with maybe's net worth. With the Skadi done, the items continue to roll in for this morphling.
Yeah, this TA is having a tough time in these fights. Maybe just 3, 3, and 4.
So out they come again. Maybe's back in the game, PSG LGD. We'll see how quick they are to try and go in once more. They have less than 10 on that Aegis. As Arme is going to jump in. Aegis just about to expire.
They, kind of as mentioned, may just have to look for Roche #3 in some sense. That's why they really wanted that tier 3 tower. I think LG understood.
Oh, they're in, they've got Kuro.
Wow.
No buyback on the Doom, he's gone for 40. This is a nice little opening. Sure, they don't have the Aegis, but they have the numbers advantage.
The vision, the hawks, the traps, they just keep finding kills because of it.
Liquid will have to pop the fortification.
They just want the tier 3. I think this may just be a tier 3 and back kind of situation.
Trying to block in maybe here with the Vicious, but there's the jump. Arme's on top of Matuma Man. Again, the E-Blade Miracle keeping Matuma Man safe. BKB and Enrage popped by Arme. As the two of them try to hit onto the racks, but with the BKBs already popped, they're going to now wear off. They have to back away. As Liquid, they will lose the tier 3. Keep the rack safe for now, as PSG LGD will have to reset. Miracle still trying to chase.
LGD have no BKBs. They do not want to fight this one whatsoever.
So get themselves out.
Importantly, this window, Liquid can't do much with the BKBs down. As long as LGD stay away, there's no Roshan to worry about being stolen. There are bounty runes coming up, but seems like that's something. Ooh, Chalice blinks away just in time from a gush. Both teams will be, eyeing off some of those bounty runes that are about to spawn.
Still holding on to that lead. PSG LGD, they have to continue to make things happen with it. Another quick blink from Chalice. Gets him away from the gush of mind control.
Liquid's going forward. They want to contest. They want to fight.
They're charging in.
And they'll secure the bounty rune. I think wisely, LGD don't engage. Their BKB's just coming back up now. They are going to be ready to team fight with those online.
Army is able to claim the runes down bottom. Both of those for him as the Abyssal Blade continues to get closed in upon. Lockdown-wise, maybe. It's going to look to pick up the Hex. Make sure they have these quick ways to get on top of the targets. Catch out Miracle when he's shifted low on the HP. The Lincolns, though, and that BKB he's building into, it's not going to be easy.
Importantly for LGD, even when they're being dewarded and losing some map control like we're seeing up top with their tier 1 going down. And with Roshan coming up, this is a very important kind of part of the map where Liquid want to be able to contest Roshan, but LGD will always have the vision of the Hawks and the traps. So we're going to see just continual spam of these. You can kill all the traps you like, but that's not going to deter maybe from summoning some more, regardless of giving up any gold from them. He just wants to make sure his team have all the vision in the world.
Illusion. Dire are scanning.
And in a position where PSG LGD are ever so close to the base, but it's hard to break high ground. Liquid smoke up and they're on their way out. They hit the scan, they know that PSG LGD is around here, but they're already backing off.
It's hard. There's just not a natural initiator in some ways on the Liquid side at this point. Yes, Shaker is a big team fight initiator in some sense, but he's looking to be that kind of...
Army, he's been found in the trees. He has to put the BKB and get out of there. Does get the BKB and Enrage up before the Doom comes down. Chalice, we're on to Matuma to hold back the Razor, but Mind Control in, Bling, Ravage. They're trying their best to control down this Ursa, looking to block him off. The static link continues. Miracle zipped forward with the very form. Ursa's gone. Arme dead for 80 seconds. As with that Abyssal Blade purchase, he does not have any money for buyback. Liquid, they're chasing for more. Eyes on X-Nova, borrowed time already being used, forces back, trying to get him back to safety, but the full 5-mana Liquid chases him down. He gets the deny, but he's still off the map for 50 seconds. They don't have a creep wave though, Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you get these kills. The bad news is you look around and you're like, okay, what do we do now? Roshan isn't up, no creep waves are pushing. Top lane's a little bit close, but it's a show of dominance for Liquid. They're running top. They see this creep wave, but they're not going to get there in time. And unfortunately for them, it looks like Maybe is already charging up this top lane. Both looking to clear another creep wave potentially, but more than anything, run away from these Liquid heroes.
Yeah, he's going to be very hard to catch.
FY's brought them back bottom. Surfboards were dropped, and it does look like Liquid will unfortunately not turn those massive kills into any big objective. Roshan is perfectly synced up with this Ursa respawn. 27 seconds until Roshan. Ursa will be alive for it.
And last time we saw Liquid around the pit, but unable to stop PSG LGD from taking it from underneath their noses.
And perhaps unfortunately, they're not going to have Ravage. It's down for 60 seconds. A lot of kind of bad luck in a sense there going against them.
And see how quickly PSG LGD can make that move towards Roche.
They'll see it right away with the trap. That's the incredibly unfortunate thing. There should be pings and a beeline towards this Roshan pit.
They've got to get
Ravage
over there.
down, you've got 40 seconds. This is your time to get a free Roshan.
Top GH is going to commit the Echo to find Chalice. We'll get the kill.
Oh, this Roche suddenly not looking so free now that you've lost one.
They're a man down on PSG LGD.
Great pick off.
X-Nova also going to be forced away from this area by Kuro. FY is here, though, to try and turn around with the shackles. And in fact, with Maybe and Arme around Kuro, he's surely going to die as they've got the nuke damage to trap slow as well. And oh, he's still alive. Finally goes down Arme. BKB's pop, locks down onto the target. Now he has to run. He's killed Kuro, but he's got to get out of there. The BKB wears off. Miracle popping his own BKB. The E-Blade slow. He's going to look to zip and chase it down and rages up. Arme back up to the high grab. A Miracle. He continues to chase up forward. They've got the stone control. Arme, he's dead and gone. Fishes out for GH. They're into the base of PSG LGD and they're killing them off. FY slammed down by an enchant totem as the side of Liquid just charges at them, fighting around those used BKBs as soon as they're gone off. The amount of catch and chase between the Shaker, this Morphling, the reach that Liquid have is too much for PSG LGD to deal with in these drawn out fights.
They just chased them down and LGD were just way too split up considering Ravage was down and Roche was alive. They should be playing together as a team, and now third Roshan means Refresher Charge, means double Ravage for an upcoming fight. And what a series of clutch events there. Miracle just chasing for the Ursa, knowing he could continue to slow him down with the Skadi. And then the Lotus Orb, he reflected the Abyssal back onto the Ursa, securing that kill. I think Ursa thought he might have an out with the Abyssal Blade onto the Morphling there, but he just ends up stunning himself.
Yeah, they've got to be careful with that Lotus in play. Arme as well, Maybe as well. Now with the Scythe done, he has to watch out.
LGD may get caught here. They've got to be very careful. I don't think they expect this smoke from Liquid.
This wraparound from PSG LGD's half of the map could be the death of them. They'll try and jump in. They're looking to commit, but indeed with a quick concept of timing, GH is going to take a bit of time to go down. It's going to allow the rest of Liquid to come in and mind control. In, there's the Ravage, the Doom, straight down onto Baby's TA. He's surrounded, there's no escape for him. X-Nova will TP out, but no, in fact, he won't. The adaptive strike. Miracle's able to cancel the TP. The rest of Liquid chase down Chalice as Miracle kills off X-Nova. Chalice, can he blink his way out of it? No, the Eye of the Storm hits continue to connect upon him. As Liquid, they'll get all three. The GH bait. The Ghost Scepter, as you say, staying alive long enough to draw PSG LGD into a position where Liquid could come round and crush them all.
Once again, some creep wave problems for Liquid. They win a fight, they get these big kills. They're up 23-15, but they often find themselves with these lanes really pushed into their side of the map because of the way LGD are playing. They're just using the Beastmaster, the TA traps so effectively to keep every single lane shoved out. FY as well, he's been split pushing like mad, dropping Serpent Wards on high grounds. But if you're Liquid, you're like, well, it's annoying, and it means we don't instantly get tier 2s, tier 3s, and racks when we get these kills, but we're going late game. We're the ones with the Morphling. We're gonna have enough of our creep waves alive at some point that we can still look to break your base. And Miracle, he's joined up with, some low HP creeps here, but they're gonna get this creep wave to the high ground. TA still dead for 25.
A Miracle. He's got all the right click in the world. The Butterfly's on its way out, just about to be delivered to him on the courier.
Oh, they're looking to pick off top. GH is there.
Let's see being back for this. Looking for the defense. Oh, maybe the BKB pop. He shreds through Kuro. Roar's there as well, but Mind Control will be out of the safety for GH to stay alive. Arme can TP out after getting the kill on the Doom. Chalice.
Radiant base.
It's going down pretty quick. Miracle and Matuma dive in. Arme does get the bash off. He's looking for Miracle, but Miracle, he's got the Razor form upon him. He's got Static Links himself to offer as they'll claim the mid-melee racks. PSG LGD hexes out again. Miracle E-Blade onto Matsu. He'll have a 2 to turn. Zipping with a waveform. BKB pop. Miracle wants to turn this around. Enrage is there from Arme. Buyback from X-Nova. GH, Fisher, Blink, Slap. They've got the kill onto Chalice. They've taken Arme out of the game. Arme buys back. But Liquid now with a 10k lead and a full set of the racks in the mid lane up. No Chalice for 100 seconds as Liquid can move on down to the bottom lane. And PSG LGD, they're going to struggle. Oh, X-Nova just deleted by Miracle.
They're all full. They've still got Aegis on Miracle. I don't think they can defend this.
They can end the game, and there it is. GG is called, and Liquid will take game 1 of this best of 3. PSG LGD, they had a strat in mind. They got a tier 3 tower, but they were never able to push any further with their early game lineup.
Yeah, we talked so much about this timing window that LGD were playing against. They just couldn't ever really break that Liquid high ground when they had the Aegis. Even if they'd somehow played it a bit differently and gotten that third Roshan, it still was just this continual struggle. How do you break Liquid's high ground? How do you deal with this Miracle Morphling? 19-0-3. Flawless game from Miracle.
One of those Morphling games, and Miracle played it absolutely perfectly. The way that he just shifted into all of these other heroes, utilizing the lockdown from FY, utilizing defensiveness from X-Nova, and these Ghost Scepters, the itemization, 1 E-Blade, 3 Ghost Scepters. Suddenly, Arme and maybe they couldn't run down anybody because they were always able to stay alive long enough for Liquid to turn the plays around.
Yeah, you're so right about that, Owen. That was the key item. Every single hero on the Liquid side was essentially rushing it. You have Doom gets first item Ghost Scepter, Shaker gets it after the Blink Dagger, which you're going to get before that. It just negated all of the damage on LGD's side. Both Ursa and TA entirely relying on the right clicks. Often, the fact that you can E-Blade the Tiny still blinks out, it's like crazy plays coming from Liquid. They outplayed LGD, but also their strategy just was so much safer and easier to execute.
Yeah, so many clutch plays from the side, and the question to be asked, will we see that Morphling get through once again? Because this game, it's certainly looking to be the big problem. 19-0-3 from Miracle in this game 1 as Liquid take the lead in this best of 3.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll see if we can get an answer to if we are going to see that Morphling again in the second game. Let's start by asking that to Fogg, actually, because Fogg, you saw that Morphling coming from quite a while away. Are we going to see it again? Surely that was something that you cannot let through. That was Miracle at his best.
He played it super well. They set him up for absolute success. I was a bit concerned just because of the lanes. I thought that they could be in some trouble because they have this Doom and this Earthshaker melee, but they end up doing this tri-lane that goes incredibly well. Sure, Tidehunter gets shut down because you're versus an Ursa in that top lane, but your Morphling is free farming, gets an early Linken's, they didn't lose. They like did pretty well in the early game to the fact where it was like, I think the LGD had what, maybe a 4K gold lead or something at some point, 5K gold lead. They kept it limited to the point where their lineup just works so well against this only physical damage from LGD. So they all buy Ghost Scepters, they buy Ethereal Blades, and there's no magical damage on LGD at all.
The E-Blades from Miracle were insane, because obviously he has 19 kills. He's playing offensive, but there were at least 6 or 7 times where his E-Blade was the reason one of his heroes, mostly cores, survived. And to your point, you know, I question the lack of nullifier in some ways on this LGD side. I get the Hex pickup. You want that lockdown on your TA, but if you're not going for Miracle, you're not killing anybody. Because, as you said, it's only physical, and they have no offensive purge.
Yeah. And even though like, LGD, they had the map control and just the way that they're warding and everything around the map, we could see it playing off. These TA traps just were an absolute nuisance for Liquid over and over again. We keep them trying to die for kills, and they kept getting slowed. But overall, like, the vision was great, but it got to that point where Liquid had the itemization to deal with this lineup.
Yeah.
They all had the right items, and it seemed like LG just hit a brick wall.
I feel like every time I look at a highlight, there's a perfect GH Fisher as well. Like, he was
have crazy vision.
He was on point. Like, every single play that this team made, he seemed to be an instrumental part of it. And it was a flawless finish at the end where he gets like the 3-man dunk to just put the exclamation mark on this Liquid win.
Yeah, it was a strong performance from the supports. I think Kuroki also, like, there's a 5-position Doom, and he was getting the right Doom target. Sure, some of the times you saw him walk and he just dies instantly, but he, like, over and over again, he's in the right place at the right time to get the Doom on the target. So he gets Doomed, it doesn't matter. Sure, you have an Abaddon backing you up and healing, but because of the itemization, because of how well Miracle did in this game, he has the burst to bring down the target that gets Doomed every time. They can't run away.
Right there was just another example. Like, the E-Blade saved the Doom for a bit.
Yep.
Forces Ursa to chase a bit further.
Yeah, poor Ame.
The full duration of the Doom ending up used, and it's a 5-position canceling out the enemy 1 position.
Yep.
And there's nothing you can do here as Ame if you don't have your spells active. It's just a very tough spot. Once the game gets past that 30-35 minute mark, we kind of saw it coming. Like, PSG LGD, they had to do better. That 4K lead, when was it, 15-minute mark? That's fine, but you've got to expand upon it. You've got to control the map, and I feel like any time you're playing against Liquid involves you out-moving them, you're going to be at a disadvantage because they're just so great at splitting, tactical dying in the right corners of the map, and just waiting.
We heard our commentators talking about it as well, missing that window of opportunity that PSG LGD had when they were in their prime with this lineup. Was there any way that they could have, sped up the game or set themselves up for success better? Because, yeah, they were ahead, but it wasn't really as far ahead as they should have been, according to the way they should have played that lineup.
I think it comes a lot down to the lane. I think that bottom lane going so poorly for them, it really like set the tempo in the game. Because we see Chalice, he's 2, 8, and 11. FY also, he's not really having the best impact in this game as the Shadow Shaman. And you look at the tri lane of Liquid, and sure, you're 1, 8, and 13 on your Doom, but then you look at the other two, and you're 19 and 0 and 3 on the Morphling, and then GH having a spectacular game, 3, 5, and 15. 15 assists, only 5 deaths on the Shaker.
And I feel like I did a disservice. I was talking about forgetting Kuro in our discussion about GOATs earlier. But I was looking at some stats. Miracle, okay, in just a 3-year career, has a 70% win rate on LAN, and he's won 20, okay? In addition to a TI and 3 majors. In 9-year careers, Puppy and Kuro, they've won 24 LANs. Put that in perspective. And he's been a dominant force on 2 different teams for effectively since he started the scene to now. And I think it's a big part of the reason I feel like no fan nor enemy team here would ever count out this team.
Yeah.
GH is, I mean, they're like the first team's team, right? OG kind of took this concept further at TI8, but TI7 Liquid was like, you couldn't really point to a superstar. I think choosing an MVP was near impossible task. Yeah. Much like this game, really, even though we give it to Miracle. Of course.
I mean, he just played it so well.
Yeah.
True.
82% kill involvement. Sometimes you see, like, sure, you back up and you maybe get caught once or twice because you're Lincolns, but you know, you get caught with your Lincolns down or something. That never happened this game. Yeah. They played a lot as a team. Just because of the way that LGD was playing against them too, they know that that's the way they have to play. They can't get picked off on the sides. They have to make it to that 35 plus 40-minute mark, and they did. Liquid was, I mean, Miracle was there every time. 82% kill involvement.
It's about time. This is the first time, assuming Liquid were to win this series, that they'd be top 3 at a major, correct? At least this season.
This season, I was going to say, because they've been to the semifinals. So.
Well, last year, I think there was some crazy stat, like they had made the finals in like 90% of the lands they attended. Or it was a top 3.
Yeah, they were in the top 4 of, I think, every event, every LAN, which is crazy. But that was last season. This season, It's a different Liquid.
It's a different tact too. They
Oh.
want to slowly
Slow
build
roll
on
into
the road.
TI.
Exactly. They were too good.
They're definitely showing this power quite highly,
Yeah.
especially with a draft that, I mean, it looks like it could have a little bit of a difficult time in that early game. They made it work. They made it. They switched it up to. They put a 5-position Doom.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned fatigue earlier. I don't think we saw any of that. These players, all 10 of them, they're on. Like this was a great game of Dota to watch, and we're gonna look forward to seeing that second game come out. And what changes are we hoping will be made by both sides? Because I'm sure that Liquid got something else in store for us as well.
For me, for LGD, less all in. I think they got their Morphling stolen because I think that they banned the PL and you could kind of see that they wanted it. They got the Morphling taken away. They took a moment before they grabbed the Ursa, even though we were like, Ursa looks good because it fits really well with their lineup, but then they are so much on a timing unless they're like 10 or 15K ahead where they have these extra items in order to make up for the fact of the heroes. But yeah, I think that one hurt, that last pick. They really wanted that Morph, it looked like.
Yeah. I would have preferred, even though I don't know if it changes anything, like a Void. That win condition where at some point, if you find the Morph or the Tide, like they will die.
Yeah.
The problem as well though is, and that's why the Morph was so good, as you said, it was a mixed damage core.
Yep.
The problem they had was that like the Matumbaman Razor, he's able to go Shivas, he wants Shivas and AC.
And Crimson Guard.
Like,
He literally went all of the just straight physical damage because we looked straight physical damage reduction because, yeah, they were all physical. Like Beastmaster, Shadow, even Shadow Shaman, he's physical in a lot of instances with your wards. There's just so much physical damage
and
coming
as soon as your BKBs are down to 5 seconds, Ursa ult already used, you can't actually stay on targets long enough to kill anybody because they're just so damn tanky.
Yeah.
All 3 cores, incredibly durable. GH, Ghost Scepter, good positioning. He's not going to be found out.
Yeah. And we saw, I mean, we didn't get to see it every single time, but we saw sometimes like the Morph situations where if he turns into Razor in that game, then they have double Razor versus TA and Ursa. It's like both of these heroes get linked in the fights. We didn't really see, I think we saw it happen in one of the fights, but if that happens in more fights, they just will never have damage in order to bring down these targets.
And that's one of the reasons I love Liquid as a team. They're just creative. They probably are the best at finding weird niche ways to win games, and they're always looking to min-max in any method they can. I think almost always Morphs at level 20 are just kind of mindlessly taking the waveform attacks target. It's the better talent 9 out of 10 games. But here, Miracle recognizes that, hey, anything we can do to just deal with this physical damage output of PSG LGD, we will survive. We will win long fights. I think that's the key. And the longer the game goes, the easier it was for Liquid to drag out these engagements until they were able to turn it around. PSG LGD, they had to dominate and win skirmishes, find pickoffs. It just wasn't possible.
Now, you mentioned Faces Void as one of Ame's heroes that he has played many of, but Faces Void he's the only one that brings that out. PSG LGD is the only one that picks it. Why?
He just likes it.
Yeah, but why is the rest not picking it? Because it's often said Void is the counter to everything, because once you chrono someone, you know, you want to say your sentence about how everybody is bad when you're stunned or something?
Well, thank you for adding that. I would have potentially put it at the end, but I think it's that PSG LGD like putting Ame on the win conditions, and they like when it's, I don't want to say easily understood, but they're really win conditions. Terrorblade, Morphling, Void, like, you know how to win games with these heroes. Casual fans know that when these heroes reach a certain plateau as far as gold goes, that they will win their team the game so long as they use their spells properly. And I think that the key term is hyper carry. Like, Ame is a carry player. He is not your sacrificial one position. And in fact, even though he did play a great Ursa, you notice that he was #1 net worth on his team for a little while in that game. How many other teams will have an Ursa in that position, right? It's weird. You'd think your TA would be the true core, but any hero Ame plays will end up being that farmed.
Yeah, I think the other thing also to add is like, he has maybe. This, like, I would rate maybe as one of the most, if not the most aggressive, like Chinese middle player. He just loves to press his advantage.
Yeah.
He's super dominant, and he loves to play these heroes that like to kill. He likes to play his killer heroes, his Queen of Pains, his Storms. He likes to make things happen, and that's where it enables Ame to play these like super carries.
Yep.
So we're going to look to see another super carry come out from Ame for the next game as well, and that will be the win condition coming out for PSG LGD. That's something that we, as a viewer, we look to see what he plays.
I think that's key for PSG LGD. Liquid's a lot more versatile in the sense that, sure, Miracle's often their win condition, but he'll play the Drow, and he'll play the hero that's partnered, like that plays with the Drow aura. Like,
I don't
it doesn't
think he'll
matter.
play the Drow.
I
don't think
It's
anybody
gonna
will
get
play
banned.
the
It's
Drow.
gonna get banned.
Yeah, talking about picks and bans, because I believe we are heading into the draft of game number 2. Are we going to see any change of that? Because I don't feel like the first... Well, okay. I think maybe Shaker should get banned.
I think
Yes,
Shaker's going to get
definitely.
banned, and I think Nyx is going to move up in priority, because Nyx was
Okay.
ignored that game.
Yes, correct.
But
Right?
to be fair, that's because
They got Shaker first, too. Yeah.
in a bad one.
Yeah.
So I actually just think Shaker needs to be banned every game. And it's too good. It's way too good. And Liquid proving that they can run this 5 Doom, I think you got to get rid of that as well, assuming their first pick. And really, any team that's confident putting Doom on multiple positions, you have to take it away from them.
What was the first 3 bans again from LGD?
The first 3 bans from LGD were Drow, Darkseer, and Nature's Prophet. Which, by the way, Nature's Prophet, PSG LGD, they played it in all 3 games they played earlier today.
But they weren't first pick. And I think both of these teams might value that hero of at number 1.
Yeah.
Because it denies a lot of the supports that both these teams like to play. Abaddon, Rasta, you do not want to play these heroes against a Fury in the laning phase. And talking about tempo, a core Prophet, you can't play any faster than you can with this hero.
I mean, Prophet's really just been the absolute, just king of tempo. I know we keep using that word, but it really isn't. It's not just because you have global teleport. It's not just because you have treants that put pressure on lanes. It's this 60-second cooldown ultimate that is the
Oh my
highest
God.
damage spell in the game.
It is.
In most of its instances.
There was some stat I think Nahaz posted.
I saw that one, yeah.
The Wrath of Nature accounted for 72% of Yang's damage in
Oh,
a game
wow.
that Vici played.
Yep.
What?
It's gotten
5
buffed a lot.
seconds remaining.
The frequency of it got buffed constantly. It got added more bounce targets as well. Yeah, hero kept getting buffed because he got ignored for so long, and now we do see that priority up.
And it feels like certain mechanics that are not forgotten but nerfed, and then they start getting buffed slowly, come back that are like these vintage heroes that have always been around. I think Nature's Prophet is a big one. Maybe if Ice Frog buffs him a couple more times, we'll even get Bulldog back in the professional circuit.
Cheers.
In addition, Sand King, Earthshaker, Nyx, just these stun-happy 4 positions. Specifically the Earthshaker. I feel like every time we get closer to TI, the more prominent he is in the meta.
I feel like that hero is always going to be a thing unless they make Fissure a 60-second cooldown like they've done to Vacuum or whatever. Because he
Please,
just,
no.
I know, of course, but he has a triple lockdown, right?
Yeah, but it's iconic.
Amazing.
I feel like that's... Like, remember when Echo Slam did no damage? And then it wasn't really pickable? Like, that sucked.
That did suck. Oh god, don't remind me of that. Nobody played him for so long.
Trust me, you can nerf a hero into not being playable,
That's
but
actually true, yeah.
Yep, has been done before.
The lockdown will always be a very useful thing, though. That is for sure. Stuns win you Dota, right, Kyle?
indeed they do.
All right, so first pick is going to be in the hands of Team Liquid. Again, we do have a couple of changes in,
Brew moved up in priority.
yeah, in the bans, which
I think
means
10 seconds.
because
Bad Rider Enigma is still in.
I think because of what they saw with the Doom, they're like, if we
5
open
seconds
with
remaining.
Doom, they're gonna open with Brewmaster
Mhm.
because they need to be able to match the team fight.
PSG LGD's turn
Thank
to
you.
ban.
It's tough. There's a Shaker, a Doom, a Nyx.
Shaker,
Nyx not
Doom,
as
Nyx,
valued with
NP.
Darkseer out of the pool. That's the thing.
Yes.
I think NP Doom are what I'm looking at. And if I'm PSG LGD, maybe I leave both.
MP Doom and Shaker, yeah, those are probably the big 3. But I don't think your first pick is Shaker. But maybe it changes.
Either.
Maybe the priority changes.
I think Liquid would go for NP or Doom if it's available.
Yeah.
Just because
10
they're both
seconds
multi-role.
remaining.
I think that gives it more value. Sure, you could core Shaker, but realistically, it's going to be
5
GH's hero
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
99 games out of 100.
That's a good point.
Team Liquid's
Go the
turn
Sand King,
to
so
pick.
leave everything.
Okay, and second pick Shaker. Give it to FY. Remove what's arguably the second best 4 position in Dota in terms of matching a Shaker's ability to make plays around the map.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're Liquid?
Do you just not go for the Doom again?
Do you just take the NP?
I don't know. Why don't we just wait and see, guys? Jeez.
10
I mean, it's,
seconds remaining.
yeah,
Thinking.
we can just wait and see.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, now if they take this long.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you want to wait and see, then we can.
I should have been honest. You wait till the end of reserve time. And I like Curl. Like you can see, he's still talking, right? Kind of game plan based on what PSG LGD would do. But he used all of his time that's free.
Yep.
I actually think that maybe we need a tweak on the drafting time change because all these captains have started to abuse it. Every
What?
single pick, every single ban is taking the full
10
bonus time.
seconds
Wow,
remaining.
Might as well
that-
be
I
sure.
I think that is a good thing.
Yeah,
Nah,
I think you
it's
might
too
as
easy
well.
for
You
them.
might as well use your
5
time. It's
seconds
there.
remaining.
We've seen earlier this week where PPD used that against some team by just picking instant.
Yeah. I mean, the shaker. As soon as you see the Sand King ban, you know it's a Shaker.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna come out.
So I guess Liquid was also maybe debating if they wanted the Doom or the Shaker, but they opted for the Doom over Shaker in terms of priority.
I think it's the right choice. Maybe we'll see a Clockwork. I've been waiting for that hero to come back. Also, wow, Rubik is in the pool. I forgot about that too. And you have GH, so I would have no problems with the second pick Rubik. However, that's also why Liquid's been prioritizing the Prophet, whether picking or banning it, because it lanes incredibly well against Rubik. There's not much you can do in the laning phase. You just get run over, and then before Rubik is 6, you could theoretically have already lost your tier 1s.
Yeah, Rubik just fade bolts the treants. I've seen some people actually pick Rubik into, which I was a bit confused about, but yeah, they take the NP.
Yep.
I think
No
that one's.
surprise
I think these first 3 are very dictated. Now this is the difference maker for Liquid.
Yep. And I don't think you Rubik for the reasons I just mentioned. So maybe we've seen Jakiro from PBD to counteract Nature's Prophet's laning prowess.
It's definitely a Kuro hero he's played.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kuro could also be playing the Doom again.
And you're afraid of the Abaddon. Like, you don't want to play heroes like Abaddon either. You need wave clear. You need the ability to fight against these creeps.
Can you not save that wave clear for as one of your cores and still go for Abaddon for the laning stage and for, well, for why you pick Abaddon, as he's just such a great support save?
He is, but it's not effective in this laning phase. And if you can't win your lane as an Abaddon, I don't think you can pick the hero.
Okay.
No matter how effective he is throughout the mid game.
Just wondering if they go for like that Rubik, or if they even go still Nyx, because Nyx is great versus NP in the game, but then it's your lanes are super weak then.
Yeah.
So I actually don't.
Maybe a Storm right away.
They take the Nyx. Okay. The Nyx helps you hunt at least for the NP, and you're tanky in the lane, so you like the treants hurt, but you at least are a Nyx assassin with high regen and stuff like that, right? You at least like you soak the damage for your Doom or for whoever you're laning.
And it's the same when Secret played it against EG, where I feel like you look at Sumail, you look at Maybe, these are your typical like flashy, like magic hero players. You know, the Storms, the Leshes, the Quaps. You hate playing these heroes against Nyx Assassin.
He just changes every. Look, you see this first Nyx and you're like, oh, what do you want to play? As a mid player, you look and you're like, well, 4 of my favorite heroes are off the list right now, pretty much, yeah.
And 4 of the ones are my second favorites, like the Lenas, or the even the Embers. Like, there's just no spirit heroes feel good.
This gives them now vision to match. We've seen the vision from Liquid earlier in this tournament. We saw, did they? Oh God, I can't remember the whole draft. Was it Nyx that they had as well with the CM? I know they had CM, Tidehunter.
I thought it might have been Shaker.
It was
I remember.
Shaker, I think you're right. Sorry, you're right, probably. I can't remember exactly.
I just
every
literally
draft.
guessed. I don't know why you would trust me like that.
Because I can't remember entirely, and I'm going to remember it shortly when I look at it.
Yeah, a lot of time used already in Liquid.
Yeah.
They're down to a minute of the reserve.
It was
2 minutes on PSG LGD.
It was CM Nyx Tide.
Okay. It's not bad. It's the same concept as the Jakiro, right? You just spam Q on the treants, CS the Archer, harass.
Aura. Nyx Assassin needs mana. That's one of those heroes that's like, most of the time you need your arcane boots in order to be able to have your full utilization of spells. CM helps a lot with that.
I really think that you're looking at Storm here, if you're Liquid. You've denied it in the sense with the Nyx pick. I feel like 4th pick, 5th pick Storm is just insane. Whenever I'm playing against Prophet and Shaker, if you have the reach advantage, it's rudimentary now to win fights, and you have an Invis hero that'll provide vision.
You have the Nyx that can help you hunt, and then you provide the damage for the Nyx to actually get the kills.
Yep. Ember Storm looking great for me. PSG LGD, this is the most crucial part of drafting a second pick, the turn, the ban into pick. It's also what's equalized the strength. I remember back in before that change, first pick was almost always what people were picking because it just felt, it was just better. Whereas now, teams are prioritizing Radiant side because second pick has this new tweak where you get that final ban in the phase.
And you got last pick, which is a pretty good tool to use as well, even though PSG LGD themselves, they're not too much of the gotcha picks, right? A bit more
They don't do the Brood Mothers.
Yeah.
They don't do the Meepos. That is something they do have to watch out for a lot of the times, but not this time because they thankfully do have a Shaker. They're still going to ban it anyway because it's still just a lane, I guess. Okay.
Before he lost, Matumba Man had the highest win rate combination, or highest hero win rate combo out of the top 1,000 like most played players on heroes.
It's crazy.
It was, I believe, 72 or 73%. And that is still with, like, there's a couple of games where he knows he lost for his team off that. Like, remember the butterfly rush?
Oh, yeah, I casted that one.
Yeah.
The 13-minute butterfly.
Yeah. He knows that was bad.
He loves
He'll
talking about
always
that one,
regret
too.
it.
He always, whenever you bring it up, he just puts a big smile on his face. He's like, but, you know, it just felt so good buying it. It's the first time in history a 13-minute butterfly. And he's like, probably for good reason.
Yeah. He said, but I have the record.
But I have the record.
I think the big storyline for me as we approach, you know, we're our 4th major, 5th coming up.
Yep.
TI9 in China. First time in China. And in addition, probably by far, every year, the best shot for someone to win too. So, I mean, we're thinking about legacy. You got to figure some of these players are too. 10-year careers almost in Dota 2 for Kuro.
Yep.
Interesting Witch Doctor pick.
Not a huge fan.
That's a strong lane. I think that's what they're trying to capitalize on here.
Remember there was I can't remember the team that did this. It was a year or two ago. They always picked Witch Doctor with heroes like Prophet and DP, and they would just collapse mid. They would max the heal out and just end games in 15, 20 minutes. You remember who that was?
It was a CIS team.
5 seconds.
No, it was a couple. It was China. It was definitely China. I want to say it might have actually been LGD before they were PSG LGD.
I can't remember. I do
I'll have to
remember
go
some
through
Witch
it.
Doctor heals, and I don't
I
know
remember
if it
some
was Newbie.
Witch Doctor Venge lanes.
Was it? No, it wasn't Faith.
Might have been. It wasn't Newbie, I don't think.
No, it wasn't Newbie. I can't. I know which one you're talking. I know what
No,
you're talking
you
about.
can see it, right? I remember losing to it.
I could see X Nova doing something like that, but Maledict's also quite nice for Steel.
Oh.
They're still gonna go at that tide, so I think CM is.
Yep.
I mean,
I wouldn't. Yeah, you
actually,
called
no,
it.
no, because now they've
No?
got the Doom too.
True, but it could just be a. Yeah, you're right. It'll probably be a Kuro Doom, to your point.
Kuro Doom again.
I love Tide against these stun heroes. Like, same concept as a Baden, where as an Earthshaker, it's not possible to lock down a Tide fully because he's going to cleanse himself and then at some point get the Ravage off to combo break.
You go
Furion
for
can't lane against, or at a certain point, you can't lane against Tide. You just tickle him. Your trees do 0 damage.
Do you go for your Monkey King here? It's a little bit better option than the Ursa. The last one, the Ursa, I mean, Ame still had a pretty decent game, but it seemed tough for him versus the Doom.
I like it.
The Monkey King, at least, you can provide something. Like Ursa, if you get doomed, you can't just like turn and hit somebody and get Jingu.
Yeah.
Like Monkey King, at least you can get Jingu stacks when you're doomed. You turn, you actually can lifesteal and survive. And yeah, it's a
Dude,
Monkey.
you are on fire.
I think I think it's great for the lane. I think overall in the game it fits really nice. And now they have this like area control. I feel right. You were talking about like grouping up, and the Monkey King provides you that and more vision. We were talking about jumping in the trees and all that.
And you already see this like concept come together where you've got 4 heroes now. They're just looking for that headpiece to complete Exodia that everybody gets to play around. And they get to a point where this one hero in the center hitting the actual structure is completely protected on all sides and given a ton of assistance. Like you'll have trees scouting, Monkey King can throw down the ult, tons of stuns.
Yeah, I think the stuns is the big thing too. Like sometimes when you're Monkey King, you're doomed and you're trying to turn get your Jingus and you can't. But now they have an Earthshaker Fissure, they have Witch Doctor cast bounce in between. You should, in theory, be able to get your Jingu stacks if you get doomed, unless you're just dead instantly.
Dude, there's a bat. They don't go for it. But man, I was so afraid for a second. Monkey King and Furion into bat is very difficult. This is interesting. Because you don't get Jingu stacks on the bear.
Yeah.
So I do believe you're going to lane Lone Druid against the Monkey King mid, which is quite effective because you can you can go orbs. You can get Oov, you can get a Blightstone if you want it. Plus, Monkey King has 1 armor.
But he won't
You
go
have
mid.
2 heroes. You don't think so?
That's Ame.
10 seconds remaining.
Ame is usually the
Okay.
Monkey King player for them.
Do you lane the Lone Druid against him regardless? It's
You're
different.
You're gonna
in the
try to
side
dodge.
lane.
You're dodging,
Yeah,
right? You're
yeah.
dodging your Tide. You're gonna try to get the Lone Druid versus the Monkey King somehow.
Yep. This is one of those cool instances where, you know, whenever you think about lanes, you have to consider, okay, is there a matchup I want to avoid, and is there a matchup I want? And in this game, it's very simple. PSG LGD, Monkey King against Tide. Liquid, anything but that. So we will most likely see some musical chairs, especially after that game 2 EG Secret, where Secret kind of lost just mostly because they had an Ursa on an island
Yeah.
and a free farm Sven.
I think I like DK for LGD. It groups them up. It groups up. You don't care too much about Nyx. The thing is, the percent
You
damage
don't
from
have enough
Doom's
damage,
hurt.
dude. You don't have nearly enough damage, I don't think. Eventually, Liquid just win the game. I think a Death Prophet makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because the Nyx puts me off from like all the ints. So I was thinking about.
But I think DP is great against Nyx because you don't get items as much. The drain on the bear is an incredible amount of sustain.
Sure.
The silence against Nyx and Doom and Tide. Plus, you absorb the Doom. And going back to that, I can't remember the damn name of it, but I do remember Witch Doctor, Prophet, and DP was always the centerpiece for that kind of draft. One of my favorite combos with Monkey King as well.
I like the Sven ban. I think that's one of the heroes we've seen as one of the answers or attempted answer to the Monkey King. You just hold your ground, pop Warcry, your whole team is a little bit happier inside of that Wukong's.
Troll comes out.
Troll. Okay. Good versus the NP in the laning phase.
You guys don't really seem too convinced.
I've seen the hero struggle a bit at this tournament.
Okay.
You do hit a point, though, as Liquid, where you are certainly going to outscale this game. Think about a 5-1-5. All heroes get all their abilities off. Ravage, Doom.
And you, OD's not an option. I mean,
exactly. I was thinking that, but there's a Nyx. Yeah.
What's the maybe hero? It's a Dusa.
Okay.
That's, I mean, I can't believe we weren't saying Dusa this whole time since there's a Doom and a Tidehunter.
Yeah. It's your, I mean, I'm saying DP. Medusa's kind of the same concept, but better. And certainly more applicable in this patch.
Yeah.
And it is that centerpiece that the rest of the draft will play around.
And Mana Burn comes online very late in the game, right?
Yeah.
Your Nyx Assassin, your Mana Burn is not going to be till later on. It can get to a point, though, that Mana Burn does hurt a lot if it gets to like late stages, but it does take a long time to get there.
I think they need to win the lanes to win the game, though. I think Liquid outscale them, for sure, as this game continues. They just have more team fight, more answers.
More team fight and more answers. So you are thinking perhaps a game 3 is around the corner.
Monkey King and Medusa, that zone control team fight, so much physical damage.
I just think it's an easier game for Liquid to play, no? They've got easy R buttons. They're just like, oh, I win, or you're dead. And a Troll that really does still match up quite well against Dusa and Monkey King. They both need MKBs if they ever want to actually take a mono-y-mono engagement.
So you're thinking there's no game 3 around the corner.
I would lean Liquid, but it could really go either way. It's the same setup where I think PSG LGD, they've got to get earlier towers, they've got to get all the Roches, and they've got to collapse the map on Liquid.
I like seeing Ame at least on the Monkey King over the Ursa in this one. I think this one's very, very, very close to me. Maybe 55-45 Liquid, but I'm gonna side with LGD still here.
Yeah, I think you should also, because there's a large crowd for PSG LGD here that are hoping that their boys can push to a third game of this elimination series here for the MDL Disneyland Paris Major. It's over to OD Pixel and Gods for game 2.
Now let's see what we've got cooking here in game 2 between Liquid and PSG LGD. Parker, I'm seeing already a bit better with the scalability of this lineup of PSG LGD. They're prepared for more stages of the game.
Yeah, even just swapping out the Ursa for a Monkey, you've got more of a teamfight carry that can scale a little bit better as well, and you feel great when you go Dusa.
Well,
yeah, late game, ultra late game may not be the best, but...
Let's find out.
PSG LGD contre Team Liquid. Game 2.
All right, here we have it. Let's see if PSG LGD can draw another series today towards that game 3. We've had them all go the long haul so far today. Let's see if we can get one more out of these two teams, or if Liquid can shut this down, get the 2-0. They have those big key signature heroes, Matumba Man on his Lone Druid. We've seen that do pretty well in some majors of the past. Is it still good enough to do it today?
His bear, he's trying to steal a rune. He's stealing it.
He's
got the rune, no one's
else is there.
He snuck it around, he snuck it all the way through that enemy jungle.
There's no one keeping their tabs on it on PSG LGD, so Liquid will get the 3 bounty runes to start things off.
Cheeky little plays. The small things. These can, always add up, make a little bit of extra different, an extra Tango salve or an item, that faster Blightstone that he's got queued up for his lane. Every little piece counts when you're so close as far as how these teams match up.
And talking about that lane, this mid matchup, Lone Druid versus Dusa, are we going to see anyone suffer here?
Not really, but we should see both players farm pretty well. Once Lone Druid hits level 5, there is that kill potential, but before then, Dusa should be doing just fine. We'll see a couple Wraith bans and use that Snake if you need to secure some last hits.
And we are going to see, once again, of course, PSG LGD making sure that they get that matchup that they want to, as Armate will make his way down to the bottom lane, trying to get himself against that Tidehunter.
Yeah, it's the musical lanes.
The call of Miracle being echoed here by this beautiful crowd late into the night.
We've had a lot of great Dota today. Every series so far going 3 games, and LGD are hoping that it's 4 series going the distance.
Down bottom.
Yeah, just trying to mess with some of these pulls, but PSG LGD have secured themselves the safe lane pull. They're the ones going for the tri lane this game around. At least for now, wanting to utilize some of these pull camps and more than anything, put some pressure onto Liquid. But we'll see if there should be a rotation top, because you're not really looking to have FY solo a lane. He's the support.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward way that PSG LGD have started things off, trying to find this position for Arme.
They need Chalice's level 2. That's the teleport. And that's when he can TP top with that, and then he's got his TP scroll to swap lanes.
Yeah, at the moment, Arme's he's the one making the small camp pulls, and FY is the one soaking up a solo lane top. So they'll be sure to sort that out.
Yep, he's up there now. Got the level 2, got the teleport, so now they've got the lane matchups that they wanted. And instantly, the second Chalice is up there. Fisher's being thrown out. They want to harass Miracle as much as possible and put him on the back foot.
Down bottom. Little attempt onto GH. Spike Carapace does stop Arme from chasing down any further. Arme, of course, wanting to be more focused on just getting those first few waves of creeps and having those early levels so that they can try between the two of them to kill off this bottom lane Nyx assassin for now. But the movements are there.
Long walk.
It really is, as it's going to be
Mind
that
control.
long movement from Mind Control towards the top.
Bottom
He just
top.
cannot afford to lane against Arme's Monkey King.
And we'll see if Arme matches it. We're kind of reaching that point where it's like, how long do you keep jumping around lanes? It does feel like Monkey King, as much as he's known for jumping around the map, may just want to settle in a lane. But the problem is he reaches top. It's now Miracle who also has to walk across the map. So to complete the lane swaps, yes, Arme's not laying against a Tide, but he's laying against the Nyx, a 4 position. So he's quite happy free farming down bottom. He may look to consider the rotation once Miracle arrives to his lane.
So much focus from the teams to get these matchups. As neither side ready to settle.
Yep. Mid lane, even CS battle, nothing really going or separating the two there. A couple extra denies for Matu with the bonus last hitting potential of having the bear with the Lone Druid hero.
And having that split shot early on the Deucer as well, just allowing the CS to continue and also have that harassment.
Yeah, you can chip at the bear whenever you're last hitting as well. It can add up and force him to resummon or even threaten to kill off the Spirit Bear.
Bottom lane, GH. With the stun, Miracle is on top, gets the ensnare straight away onto Arme. The cast and a Maledict will stop Miracle from going any further. Arme gets that boundless strike out to get the Jingu mastery stacks, and will be able to lifesteal his way up a little bit again.
Yeah, usually you want to use the Boundless with Jingu, but he uses it just to get the Jingu. Back at mid, Matu's going for a kill with the Entangle. He's diving the tower.
He is. There needs to be backup potentially coming in for maybe.
Oh,
He's out of mana. I mean, Matumaman's just he's going to continue to try and chase this.
Oh, he's not getting the root. He just can't get the RNG.
needs
He's
one
diving
more.
the tier 2, but Matu's just praying for a root. He got one root way back early on, but he hit like 6-7 more times without a root.
Tower is under attack.
Still, they're pushing maybe out of this lane.
And Matu going for all those early game harass times. The Blightstone with Orb of Venom.
FY has the invis. So he's still on his own though, and just as a level 3 shaker, not the damage required really to kill off Matu. So we'll not go for a play at least until maybe he's back in the lane. Maybe then the two of them can try and catch him out.
Yeah, that's kind of how this mid lane goes. Even CS trade, then Lone Druid hits level 5 and instantly applying that pressure.
Still hard to do though. FY's got to find the perfect block.
Trying to bait this. He's turning and right-clicking, but here comes Fissure.
Here we go. Now try for the block off. Matu moving himself away. The snake bounces are there, but there's the fear. Separates FY from Matu, as Matu will be able to keep the distance and continue to run himself back to safety.
Nova's nearby. He's kind of looking to surround this one. And Matu needs to be careful. His bear very, very low.
Doesn't want to give that up. Won't have to. Able to jump it back and walks it back to base for the free heal. Down bottom though. Good block off from FY. We'll keep X-Nova safe for a little bit of time as that Miracle is unable to chase him. GH will continue to try and find this kill, find this first blood. It's still 5.5 minutes in. We're yet to see any bloodshed. He has the mango, pops it, stun, connects nicely from GH. Reaches over, grabs X-Nova.
That's a lot of gold. That's a first blood. 6 minutes in, you see a 435 gold bounty. Like, I think combined with the fact that LGD had a gold lead, suddenly gold bounties, just even with the tiny gold lead, the way the bounties work with the math formula behind it is you just get extra gold because you're behind.
And GH could continue to be even more of a nuisance here with that haste rune. As soon as maybe shows his face, though, GH has to be careful how he pokes around. Feeling confident with that haste, and it's time that maybe he's looking towards the neutral camp, but GH, along with Matuma Man, will be there to sort of bully him away. FY popping the Fisher down to make sure they can't dive any further. A Liquid have forced maybe away from that neutral camp. Just trying their best to slow down his farm. Still, though, it's even CS pretty much between him and Matu's Lone Druid.
Medusa getting some of those CS from the neutrals, but as far as net worth goes, dead even.
Down bottom, looking towards mind control. The Maledict upon him is going to tick him down low. He's trying his best to run. The right clicks are enough. They get the kill. Mind control, knocked out of the lane.
Yeah, not cracking off that one. Witch Doctor Maledict, very effective this game against some of these tanky frontliners of Team Liquid. The melee Tide, your Nyx Dooms, your supports don't like playing against this Maledict. But problem is, nobody can really lane mid very well on LGD. Dusa wants to just kind of farm the easier, uncontested jungle, but does have to constantly come back to defend this mid-tier 1 tower that Matu is constantly pressuring.
Down bottom, GH is probably going to pop into the Maledict. He does. It's another kill for the two of them down bottom. PSG LGD making good work on this bottom lane. A lot of kill potential between the two.
Yeah, they're not about that voodoo restoration life. They just want that damage potential, the kill threat of Maledict. Already level 5. X-Nova is incredibly high level. With all the lane swapping from the cores, he's gotten some solo XP plus some kills.
Kuro, Miracle trying to chase down Chalice. Hard to do so, though, with a shake around. In fact, Kuro taking a lot of damage in response. The Sprout is out. He'll try and cut his way through. There's another Fisher. They get the trap off. Chalice gets the kill on Kuro. As PSG LGD going to work on these side lanes, doing a great job of forcing Liquid back.
Shaker, to me, has been one of the heroes of the day. Not like this, must first pick OP category, but he's just been one of the biggest playmaking heroes from what we've seen in this series and the previous ones.
Try for another Fisher block onto GH. Don't quite
Chalice
find him
has
still.
ulti.
But with the Sprout, GH taking a heavy amount of right click. Miracle will try and turn and force FY back behind the tower. The stun for GH connects, and Miracle gets the kill. GH was the one to be jumped upon, but he's able to turn around and have the setup to get Miracle that action.
They're expecting a bit more damage coming out there. The Wrath of Nature not quite working as intended. But all in all, you look at the net worth of these Radiant cores, they are leading the way other than Matu's Lone Druid, giving LGG slight edge.
FY, TP into mid. They have their eyes on GH. GH is pretty low. Does have to be careful. Good bounce with the snake. The fear is there as Matu will be able to utilize the bear to keep X-Nova and maybe at bay and keep himself safe and alive in the middle lane.
Yeah, very proficient on the micro heroes. Matu, his Brood, his Lone Druid, some of his best, and showing it there with no panic, just casual Savage Roar and walk away. He's playing without boots on his main hero, just the boots on the bear.
Top lane, X-Nova's going to be sort of moving between the top and the middle, seeing where the best place is for him to make a play again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Crazy to think that the Witch Doctor has been one of the biggest playmakers of this lane stage. Gets
And
him
there
out
we
of
have
mid.
it. Beautiful bounces there between the bear and Matu. There's the
dead.
bounce as well with the Maledict. X-Nova. This Witch Doctor popping off in the early game. Sprouts out onto Kuro, who'll try for the TP away. Does manage to make it out of there. But X-Nova getting huge things done for PSG LGD in this laning stage.
Monkey wanted to go play around with the Tide to try and contest bounty runes, but Mind Control does a good job securing a bounty rune while not getting jumped on. But it's still PSG LGD, 3 bounty runes of the 4, a kill in the mid lane Lone Druid. And again, it's X-Nova, it's a Witch Doctor. This is not a hero you associate with playmaking, but we constantly sing his praises as one of the best 5 position players out there, and he's showing us why.
Liquid, they'll lose the mid-tier 1. They're going to try and chase down and see if they can get a route onto them, but FY easily able to shut down the chase of Liquid with a Fissure.
Yep, they have such good anti-chase. You drop a Fissure, they've got the Sprout as well, so it's very hard to chase down for these kills if you're Team Liquid.
2K lead for PSG LGD off the back of finding these big pickoffs.
Matu will be successful. He manages to get that T1 mid tower now, just sends the bear in, knowing that it is a little bit safer. I think he'll be a lot more careful about his positioning next to his bear. The cast being bounced between the two was his undoing there, and Witch Doctor's always been one of those heroes that kind of matches up pretty nicely against the lone druid. In a lot of ways, because of the way the cast can bounce between the hero and his bear.
That's the bottom lane that Liquid want next. As soon as they take that mid tier 1, they want to move down bottom. They have 4 pushing in the lane. Matu there behind the tower. As the entire lineup of Liquid's around. Let's get scanned out by PSG LGD, and PSG LGD will look to just mirror the movement. They're straight up to the top lane.
Yep.
Will be a TP in from GH on his Nyx Assassin to see if he can slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, we'll only look to set this one up. Any subsequent TPs will take some time. It looks like he's just fishing around for info, scanning to see how many heroes are up here, maybe hoping for a courier to go flying in, which is coming in soon. Doesn't look like he's going to get it on the way there.
If he stays under the
Maybe,
Vendetta,
yeah.
he could get the hit onto it, and he's going to find it by the looks of it, and he does. Yoga Club taken away from Arme.
It's like a nice, it's such a like heads up, high IQ play to make as a Nyx. Just go Vendetta behind a push, because often couriers are just going to bring out items. There's 3 or 4 heroes pushing down a lane. At this stage of the game, you're bringing out, you know, your TP scrolls, your drums, your early game items are being completed, and he's just sitting there, and his kind of high IQ play pays off.
Still very close, and not a lot of kills in this early game. 12 minutes, 4 for 2. Both teams just focusing on taking these objectives. Tier 1's down on both halves of the map. See if Matu can do this on his own. It's hard to do so with X-Nova. In position, Buddha Restoration, and any time Matu tries to move in, that cask is a nightmare for him to deal with when pushing in with the bear.
And the threat is really that you have to, anytime Lone Druid does something like that, is you need a second hero there, because he has the solo kill potential. So without the Witch Doctor being there, and Witch Doctor doesn't really want to go to that bottom lane. You just want to send the Shaker down there alone to farm up and complete this Blink Dagger, but because of that Lone Druid threat, you're constantly forced to have people playing defensive, protecting their teammate as often as possible. GH is underneath the sentry here. They don't see him just yet, but they will when they walk to the high ground.
Gonna try for him. Bishop is going to be held onto by FY as GH. Movement speed gets himself far enough away. They'll look towards Matu instead, potentially.
No dust, they just had the sentry, so even if they hit him with a fissure, they weren't really going to be able to get on top of him. No Blink Dagger on the Shaker still, of course. Probably want to see like Nature's Prophet play with some dust here, since Chalice is the one you can beat anywhere on the map, so if they find a way to catch the Nyx Assassin, it will be probably an essential part of getting those kills. But things will slow down here. You know, you're LGD, you've got this Deucer. They may not scale like to the super late game, but they still need to hit like these 1 or 2 item timing on Deucer before they start 5-manning down lanes. They ideally want to try and strike before Matu's Radiance is complete on Lone Druid. That's where Liquid get very hard to fight into.
And GH, he's found a catch. FY trying for a TP out, but GH was there with his eyes on him. As FY picked off on the bottom. Matu getting the kill as well, propelling him closer and closer towards that Radiance timing.
Arme has an Invis rune. He's going in enemy jungle. We'll get some info for himself and his team, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to turn this into a whole lot. And the Monkey King pick hasn't felt impactful yet. There's going to be this crazy big team fight around his ultimate with the Deucer Stone Gaze, but you kind of were looking to pick this hero to shut down at least one of the lanes, but with all the musical lanes, Liquid find themselves in a position where it's this very passive game. Matu's able to pressure the lanes, and Miracle's Troll just being quietly free farming, working on a Battle Fury.
Top lane, rundowns there onto Chalice. If they want to do it, they've got a Ravage. They don't need it. Straight up as the Infernal Blade comes out. Mind Control end up getting trapped in nicely with Chalice, as Chalice cannot get his way out of this one.
Yeah, he probably should have just gone for the insta-TP. I'm pretty confident Mind Control would have used Ravage to get that kill because of the pace of this game. They deny a bounty rune top. Sorry, Liquid. But force out that Ravage, because then you can make some plays. But by trying to run away, Doom rotates in.
And the tree, it's cut. They found Arme. Matu and GH.
Wow.
Able to cancel the setup they was looking for. FI will walk in with the slam. Does manage to get GH in response. But Liquid, they'll take that trade.
Absolutely. Very quiet Arme game. No kills or assists for him. It's been mostly the Witch Doctor and Chalice's Nature's Prophet who are the ones setting up and enabling that PSG LGD team to get any kills on the map.
And they've got to, Arme's got to be careful. Matu, with having the Quelling Blade on the bear, he's always going to be looking for trees to cut down. Mid lane X-Nova will try for a kill attempt, but Kuro, he's got the regen to sort of outdo any damage from the Maledict.
Didn't quite get the cast bounce he was perhaps hoping for. If he managed to maybe cast once more on Akuro, could have perhaps seen a kill. But in some ways, you know, Liquid's kind of playing with like 2 greedier 4s with both Nyx and a 5-position Doom with the Devour bonus gold. So last game, Kuro's able to finish items. He gets a Ghost Scepter. That's such a key item to have then, and not that he's getting a Ghost Scepter this game, but he's going to be at least not that, you know, typical under-farm 5 like the Witch Doctor will be this game. Particularly playing against Nyx, we're going to have to see a lot of sentries and detection being purchased.
Smart pick up this game from Mavis Dusa. Has the Manta style. A lot of things that he can play his way out of and around. You can look for the timing as well, get some sweet dodges. Can make it that little bit harder for the Doom to be laid down upon him. Getting himself away from the claws of the troll and his axes.
GH has been found.
He's been caught out. Fisher blocks him in. Chalice in with the TP. GH will have to let himself go.
And FY snipes the kill. Very intentional because he's so close to his blink. He wants to get that extra gold. He's just been sitting bottom. They've managed to de-ward this side of the map to help make it a little bit safer. And when they get his blink up, there's so many more plays that PSG LGD can make.
But the farm game that's being played, Miracle has got that Battle Fury now completed.
Oh my.
So I mean, for their team having both the Battle Fury on the Troll and eventually Matsu, very close to the Relic, 3,600 gold, they are going to have these 2 cores which are going to farm at a pace that maybe on his Dusa will probably be able to keep up with, but Armin, his Monkey King, they need to make action happen if they want to stay on the same level.
Vendetta initiation coming.
CX Nova.
They want a couple. They want Chalice too.
There's Kuro coming in as well. GH looking towards the back lines as Matu's chasing on the front. They do get the Wukong's command down though as Arme tries to get the Jingu stacked on Miracle. Miracle only 3 stacks here as they've doomed FY. FY trying his best to retreat.
He's hiding in the Wukongs.
Yeah, he's managed to walk himself entirely away as Liquid had just passed by him. He's going to outlive the Doom.
And Chalice just TP's mid. He's like, all right, that's a tier 2 tower compressor. Let's force those TPs back.
Yeah, X-Nova, the only one to die there.
Oh, Ame almost had his tree chopped. Mind Control was fishing for him. Can he get it?
Oh, he got it! Ame monkeying around in the trees. And Liquid, they're ready to cut them down. He's got to be more careful in that one. The Quelling Blades are out on Liquid's heroes. They will chop his trees down.
And you want to have an idea of where the players think this game is doing? All you've got to do is see the item that Monkey King Ame has queued up. He has a Midas queued up as a Monkey King. He sees this going like Echo Saber Midas. This is not your everyday Monkey King build.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about this. I mean, why the Midas and not the Battle Fury if he wants to play the farm game?
The experience that the Midas gives you can just accelerate you that much faster in the late game. It's not always entirely about the item progression. I mean, Midas does take a bit longer to pay off, and I think he doesn't want to get too greedy. The Battle Fury is like, you look at your item times, you're going to need a BKB, there's some other items you want to fight with, and Battle Fury does slow them down quite a bit. Whereas the Midas, you know, it's 2k gold on a farming item. That just gets you to those key level 20, level 25 talents that you're really going to want to have this game.
Well, we'll see if it does literally pay off for him. And he's close to it, but it's keeping up with this Radiant Lone Druid and this Battle Fury Troll. That's the question if you can.
Yeah, the Battle Fury doesn't necessarily accelerate your farm that much because your max Tree Dance Primal Spring clears waves so effectively. Kind of just insta-clear waves using that and a Boundless Strike. And this game moving at a fairly slow farming pace. 20-minute bounty runes coming up, and we'll see where those will end up since this is such a battle of economies.
The seeds of fortune.
Smoke up from Liquid. Down Chalice.
TP's out.
Mind Control. Not wanting to go for the Ravage there.
I think he wasn't sure if he even had time to cancel the TP since there is that slight cast time.
These fights now, they're going to be a lot harder for PSG LGD to fight amongst once that Radiance is there on the front lines, as it's picked up and done by Matu.
There we go, Monkey King. Midas completed. Radiance queued up as his next item. I mean, different kind of greed. The Battle Fury obviously kind of farm fast. The Radiance isn't really being picked up exclusively. It's not really even being picked up as a farming item at all. Very much this teamfight nuisance item with the mischance. It just guarantees you this AoE damage as well. This spread damage that if you're being kited and controlled, you can still be effective. Actually, he changes from the Radiance to BKB now. So Ame just constantly unsure what to buy, which kind of sums up how tough this game has been for him. When you see these players, you know, changing their quick buy items repeatedly, it just really means they're unsure of what is the right choice for this game.
Still such a it's all about the farm this game for both teams. Both teams seeming to have in mind a way to take this. The panel said they did sort of side with Liquid's lineup if it did come down to this.
Yeah, you've got a couple good scaling carries and then good scaling. You've got 5-position Doom. Like when your 5-position can take somebody out of the fight with that. I mean, there's not amazing Doom targets necessarily. Talked a bit about, yeah, Monkey King can still build up his Jingu if he's doomed and stand and fight his ground if he's got Wukong's off. Deuce a fairly similar thing where if you're doomed, it's not the end of the world. But Liquid's draft just look like they've got 5 heroes that are suited to go late game, whereas on the LGD side, there's going to be a little bit more of a fall off with heroes like Witch Doctor, and I would say even like Monkey Nature's Prophet.
Now for the Roche, Liquid smoke themselves in.
It's been scanned.
PSG LGD, they'll certainly want to try and put a stop to this. As the Wukongs comes out from Arme into the Boundless, trying to slow them down. Liquid, they're going to put him by FY! Oh my god, he's in! The Echo Slam's out, but it's not enough damage. FY will fall. As only Mind Control goes down, Miracle takes the Roche, gets the Aegis. They will kill off the Aegis as in comes maybe with the Stone Gaze. He's now been doomed. He's got to be a little careful as Miracle's back and ready for round 2. The slows out onto X-Nova and maybe he's finished off the Witch Doctor. The chase continues, looking for maybe. Boundless strike out from Arme, but the Spike Carapace was worth the GH.
Miracle's
the stun as well. Miracle's trapped in the Sprout. Can he kill this Deucer in time? He can. Triple kill for Miracle, but he does still end up going down. As PSG LGD, we'll see if they can find more. Have they got any way to counter this TP? They have not. Kuro gets out of there, but it all kicks off around the Roche pit.
What a important first team fight of the game. Really, it is the first one we've had. We're 23 minutes in. It's a Roche fight. 2k gold swing in LGD's favor, plus they managed to deny the Aegis from Liquid. FY Shaker finding the opening. If he managed to kill that Troll Warlord before he secured the Roche and the Aegis, it would have been a very one-sided affair, but in the end, it is a much more even exchange, and things will settle down after that. And with Ravage on cooldown, I don't imagine LGD will necessarily want to let it just settle down. They are perhaps a bit more ready to go the second the Medusa respawns.
See it here again. I mean, brilliant start from Arme, and of course, no hesitation from FY to get that jump in, but it just wasn't enough damage, even though it was a beautiful 3-man Echo Slam. Mind Control still gets that Ravage off, and as you say, Miracle just being allowed the time to get Roshan, get the Aegis. If he dies here, didn't have the Aegis, fantastic fight for PSG LGD, but he gets back out of it, and he ends up cleaning up a triple kill. Yeah,
they responded quickly, but just not quite quickly enough. They need that little bit extra damage, perhaps something like the Nature's Prophet teeping in. I don't know if Wrath of Nature was up to go with the Echo Slam. They just were a little bit short.
And just goes to show how close of a game this is at the moment. Those sort of seconds just mattering so much for whichever way the fights will swing.
You can see how scared Arme was. The fact he's died twice by having his tree chopped, he actually jumped down. So his team lost a lot of key vision around the Roshan pit when he got off of the tree, but he was so scared. The second he drops the Wukongs, they can Quelling Blade those trees from inside the Roshan pit. So he does not want to get caught out and stunned again. And he's really respecting the fact that, you know, Liquid could just catch him by surprise.
Top lane, SGLGD will be able to push on and claim that tier 2 tower, getting something done. As you say, whilst the Ravage is down, it's now back up for Mind Control.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No Aegis in play. It is Liquid with that slightly faster farming rate. They've got the Lone Druid Bear with a Radiant, so he can constantly apply pressure in these side lanes, even safely so without the Lone Druid himself there. But as it stands, Matu wants to push with his Bear so we can get that a bit of additional tower damage in down bottom. Very much the close playoff series you'd expect between these two teams.
Ever so close this game too. Such a careful, calculated game. Only 9 for 10. Not too crazy on the kills. But the farm is there as both teams making sure to not let one another get too far ahead. The farm obviously split a little more between the two cores of Liquid. This Matu, Lone Druid, and Miracle Troll, whereas with PSG LGD, it's a little more shifted most onto this maybe Medusa. But with that, he's hitting these quick timings. Manta Star, Butterfly done. He's about an Ultimate Orb already in towards the Skadi at a very good time.
I'm enjoying Arme's item building. And not enjoying, I think it's very clever. Getting this halberd now after the Midas, very effective, having a disarm against both Troll and the Lone Druid. And he just wants to be tanky. He wants to be this front liner that can actually kind of not just run away from the physical damage. And that's where the Radiance that he's got queued up next kind of synergizes with this build pretty nicely. He can be in the front line, put that Radiance damage out, give that mischance as well. You know, this Spirit Bear isn't going to build anything like an MKB most likely anytime soon. Miracle himself on the Troll has now hit his BKB timing, level 18, so max battle trance. And they instantly smoke up. Liquid, no, they're very strong with this BKB purchase. But it's been popped. X-Nova, he may die for this, but this feels well worth it.
Now they've found definitely the Witch Doctor, the rest of PSG LGD out of the area. As Miracle actually popping the BKB there, sort of anticipation the PSG LGD would jump back in, but it's not the case, and that's a BKB charge down.
Yeah, and LGD losing just the one support there. Meanwhile, Dusa Illusions were farming and pressuring out the bottom lane, and the Chalice Nature's Prophet is doing a similar thing up top, so PSG LGD just going to be pretty happy with that sequence of events, but still it is that Liquid lead. 3k gold lead, and they're going to be looking to use that big team fight of theirs with the Tide Ravage around that Roche #2. They're happy to farm until Roshan's up because these outer towers just aren't key enough objectives for them. The Roshan is so much more important. They don't want to risk, you know, pushing an outer tower and using Ravage to win a fight, but then potentially Ravage is on cooldown, PSG LGD can go for Roshan. Roshan is just the most important thing right now for both these squads.
And a halberd's been the aim of the game for both teams. Matu's got his done as well, so can help out heavily against the damage output of maybe or Arme, whichever he deems to be the bigger problem in the fights.
Yep. Always one of the items that I feel like is underbought against Medusa.
And up top, Arme, he goes for the commitment, but there's the turn straight away with the Ravage. They're on top of the Monkey King. He's trying to get the Wukong's commander, and he will find it. The Sprout holding Miracle back and away from Arme, so Arme's still alive, but now the BKB comes out. Miracle in onto the Monkey King, and the stacks build up. The Monkey King's dead. Sprout holding in Kuro, moving in, maybe has the damage to take down Doom. There's a buyback from Arme. He wants to get back over towards this fight. The Doom's still there, down onto the Medusa. The disarm as well from Tumamaz Halberd. There's a man. Oh my god! FY! FY! F flipping Y! He absolutely smashes them! What the hell was that?
Where did he come from?
F
Holy shit!
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh! Oh! F! Oh! I didn't see it coming. They didn't see it coming. I don't know if FY's team saw it coming, but FY. Oh my. Oh. Wow, it's definitely worth staying up late tonight for the boys and girls in the crowd watching this one as FY. And now they're just up to the base.
You win one fight with Dusa and you just push it high ground. That's
one
lane of Rex down.
Goodness. The man, the myth, the legend, FY, showing us why.
Flashbacks to his shaker at TI. This man is
I guess
something special.
That's the power of these sort of slow and patient, quiet games. There's always going to be that point where Liquid, they just forget he's there. They group up as 4. And my goodness, that swing, the FY swing.
It's scary too. A hero like Dusa just naturally has heroes converge on and around her, particularly after they kill the monkey. There's this moment where they're like, oh, we're winning this fight. We can actually, now we focus our attention on Dusa, but FY was ready.
He really was.
And there was a clutch play, like before that Miracle, his BKB was down because he used it to, he saw the shaker coming and actually BKB dodged the fissure, which stopped FY from initiating. The fight went bad for LGD initially because of the BKB usage. But then once it dragged down and the Dusa didn't get killed off quick enough, FY saw his opening, and boy, did he pounce quickly.
Oh, yeah, Liquid, they've just got to be much more careful. We see them get caught out the once. You know, so you fool me once, but fooling them twice, it's going to be tough for FY. But if anyone does do it, and FY continues to be on form as he has in this game, it could happen once more. Liquid, they've got to be careful. FY, he's ready to play.
Absolutely, and suddenly Dusa maybe just turns up with a Skadi, level 22, on his way to a Satanic. Monkey King also level 19, the Midas, this is where it's kind of kicking. He's probably gotten at least 1 full level, maybe a level and a half of extra experience thanks to this Midas.
A quick smoke up from Liquid. But they can go Arme. He's prepared and ready. We'll put the Wukongs down. They get the balance right. And FY! Again, he's in with the Echo Slam. Do they have the follow-up? They've got the Hex. They're in on top of them. Can they see a mind control? The counterplay. The Ravage comes out. Miracle BKB tries to move towards Army, but the Crimson Guard. PSG LGD, they're too tanky. Liquid, they've got to get out of there. FY, Fisher block off. But Liquid, they'll now start to turn and run back towards X-Nova. The Doom's still there on the Dooser, but he's hitting. He's punching. He's hurting. There's the fear. Sends the back. Army Balance Strike. Trapping up Kuroki. The Chalice Sprout holds the Doom in place. Kuro's down. They've got the Chaos bounces, the X as well. Matu, he's in trouble. Another fear sends the three of them back. Buyback comes out from X-Nova. Matuma Man, he's on the retreat.
Oh, they're still chasing. They're bouncing around.
They're still going. Chalice and Arme in on the front, but there's the fear again. Chalice stunned up. Liquid turns. Miracle damage is there. Chalice is gone. Maybe still trying to go, but mind controls here. The damage reduction with the anchor smash.
Miracle's got ultimate.
They've got the badges, but the ult. Indeed, it's up with the halberd. The disarm. Miracle's damage output heavily slowed. Spirit Vessel on in the gush. They've got Arme. The disarm. They've taken the power away from Maybe. As now they'll chase for the Dooser. Maybe surrounded the Dooser. Surely dead and gone. He's trying to get Miracle, but Liquid have the damage. It's an ultra kill for Miracle.
He was on 1 health. Maledicted. Life steals his way through it with the Vlads plus the Battle Trance. He just overruns PSG LGD.
And now it's Liquid's turn to push.
They're going to buy back the Dooser, but it's still a 2v5. The problem is they've used everything in their arsenal. They're going to fall back, make the safer play, go for Roshan. They don't know the stats. They assume there is more buybacks on PSG LGD than there is.
It's a good spawn time for Liquid too. Getting this Roche.
There's nothing you can do if you're LGD.
My goodness. The swings back and forth. What a game two we are rewarded with this series here. LGD versus Liquid. Doesn't get any better than this. It's now back a 6K lead for Liquid, but you know that can get turned on his head very quickly. PSG LGD have still been taking some very, very good fights, and you've always got to watch out for that shaker. Even at the start of that one, FY, you can see the potential, quickly following up the Boundless Stroke with Echo Slams, and straight away sliding into position with that Force Staff to block Liquid off.
Yeah, and Chalice even had the Hex follow-up, but ends up kind of baiting his team later on in the fight. And I'd say most importantly, the thing in that fight that happened is Miracle was in melee form when he got halberded, so it was that short duration disarm. If he was in range form with the full 5 seconds, that would have been catastrophic, and I imagine he would have died, and that fight would not have looked how it did. And now he's got both Sanjin, Yasha, and Satanic, so all of this status resistance is going to add up, and I mean, things like that Heaven's Halberd is just that little bit less problematic to deal with in a fight.
That's going to be so hard to hold him down.
PSG LGD may start having some damage issues on their team. The Dooser is not by any means... They got great spread physical damage with this Dooser, but if Troll's just on top of Dooser, Troll's going to win that fight.
Yeah, a lot of control routes, as we saw there as well. The Halberd's coming into play. GH walks her, Spike Carapace now wears out. Has got the rest of Liquid behind, but the banner's burnt on GH. Trying with the wraparound, but there's the Hex. They've killed off the Nyx Assassin. Miracle sprouted up, cuts his way out.
And that's the other really crucial thing about this Battle Fury item build is he's going to hold on to this to get out of the Sprout, because otherwise you're getting kited every single team fight by it. The status resist does nothing against those trees being summoned around you.
They have to control the Troll in these fights, PSG LGD. They've got to somehow make those jumps happen. Kill him within that time, as you say, with the status resistance boost thanks to the Satanic. It's not going to be easy. The chances that Miracle's able to press his R button and get that ult off are very high.
I do like that this Dooser goes for this Stone Gaze duration talent.
He slides out of there, but the fear. Oh, wow.
The creep blocked the bear.
Oh.
MVP creeps.
Oh, absolutely. FY gets out. He playing it cool. Deep in out of that one, but my goodness, was it close?
I don't know. I didn't click the bear. It may have had. I imagine Phase Boots was on cooldown, knowing how good Matu is, but very close to catching FY Shaker. But yeah, Deuce's level 20 talent, the Stone Gaze duration, there's potential to catch people twice with this Stone Gaze now.
Oh man, and with that MKB, maybe hits so hard. They have to somehow get that disarm upon him.
It's this,
he's only, he's only got a Manta. He doesn't have any sort of BKB, so no way to go into the fight without having the warrior being disarmed. The chances are this Deuce is always going to get reduced by that disarm for a good moment of the team fight.
Scary thing too, and the panel mentioned the Nyx Assassin Mana Burn isn't necessarily a direct counter to Medusa at the early to mid game. But once you get late game and you have Nyx with some items and that mana burn cooldown is only 4 seconds at max level, suddenly this Nyx assassin is a very problematic hero for Medusa to play against.
Go for a bit of bear abuse and maybe picks up the 300 gold. Fair bit picked up there. The beating of the poor animal.
Liquid didn't get Rax despite that incredible team wipe, but getting Roshan has not really led them to any successful follow-up fights. PSG LGD playing keep away, playing it safe, knowing they don't really want to team fight into Aegis and Cheese. The happy news for Liquid is you've also just denied the Aegis from LGD. Aegis, one of those items particularly good against, the likes of Doom that often can just take a hero's life out. I like this from Kuro. Goes back for a 4-star. You saw that last fight, how perhaps Troll could die. If he gets caught in a stun and then Hex, you need the 4-star to save him. That's how you can kind of shove him out, get him into a better position so that he just doesn't die during that Nature's Prophet Hex duration, or the Earthshaker chain stun can get messed up by a 4-star. Very good defensive item to have.
Just 30 seconds pretty much left on Miracle's Aegis. Once it's gone, he will have that slot available to pick up the Monkey King buy. He's got the money for it.
Yep. It's hard for Liquid to kind of progress the game with the Aegis because of this constant split push. Chalice is Nature's Prophet. He may have itemized with these team items, going for Crimson, Drums, Vlads, and now a Hex, but here, regardless of what items you have, split pushes very well. There's some of these, 25 on Dusa, getting close. For Monkey King with his Midas, still not quite getting him that close to his level 25. Has got a Radiance completed and a Ghost Scepter queued up. It's, not an item you normally feel good about seeing on a Monkey King, particularly, one with the Radiance on the front lines, but he just needs to stay alive. He's melting to the physical damage, and this allows him to kind of kite the Troll even more. It kind of effectively works in a similar way to Disarm, where it's like, okay, he can't hit you, he's disarmed if there's no one to right-click during his battle trance.
Now Liquid.
They want to fight. No
Aegis. Get aggressive again. The Boundless Strike onto Miracle. He's falling pretty low. He's got to be very careful. Any sort of catch.
Caught him by surprise, I think.
As Liquid straight away on the retreat. PSG LGD won't be able to get a catch on them. So they'll get out of there, play it safe, maybe work towards the timing of that next Roche spawn before they try for another push.
And Miracle himself going to have an MKB for the upcoming fight, so he's going to be a much better one-to-one counter against this Medusa. Not having to worry about that butterfly evasion quite as much. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing Ame turn this Ghost Scepter into an Ethereal Blade. We saw last game the Ethereal Blades plays you can make against these single target right-click carries, and Troll Warlord fits that description, so see if there's any consideration going there. But for now, GH, Aghanim Scepter complete. And that is a very annoying item to play against.
And no longer sort of the support hero that you can kill off around the Spike Carapace. He's going to be burrowed down, throwing out spells throughout the team fight. Still very vulnerable on the Dusa, obviously doesn't want to get the BKB this game, maybe. So GH is sort of full repertoire, is still going to hinder maybe his impact in these team fights by quite so much.
Dusa's buyback going to come online soon, so there'll be perhaps a little bit of sigh of relief from the PSG LGD side. They haven't been punished by the Aegis cheese or the buyback being on cooldown. Both teams playing it very cautiously. And Liquid, I think, just feeling good about how their lineup can scale into the late game.
PSG LGD.
Oh, they're baiting this top bounty rune.
They're coming out
Big
for this.
Fight brewing. I think they see the tide and they're like, let's not do this.
Yeah, they can't go for that.
Meanwhile, the Spirit Bear gets both bottom bounties, so 3-1 for Liquid.
Keeping that there roughly 12k advantage still at the 40 minutes mark for Liquid.
There's the Tome of Experience being bought by Medusa. She's so close to 25. I don't like seeing these heroes use these XP tomes when you're so close to 25. Yeah, surely she just gives it to someone else. Medusa, come on. Oh my gosh, that's the greediest Tome of Experience I've seen in my life. That is so greedy. You were like one creep from level 25. Help your team out, maybe. Come on, man. If you were like about to fight Roshan, sure, but I don't think we're seeing a team fight until next Roshan. Either way, not the end of the world.
That's another halberd done. Chalice. able to offer more utility to the fights. They can sort of time these disarms around Miracle's BKB. He's going to struggle to get himself on top of the Deucer and threaten the life of Maybe. Especially in this late game, this 25 Deucer is no joke.
Battle of map control. I like this Radiant PSG LGD ward by this push. They didn't put it on the obvious cliff. They moved it further away. And it's not being dewarded because of that. The vision around that high ground is so crucial, and some unique X-Nova wards. That ward's almost, it's been up for half its duration, undewarded. At this stage of the game, having a ward up for that long is surprising. But it's the unconventional placement that works in their favor.
Smoke up and go from PSG LGD. They're out of the base.
Roche is up in 5. Treants are going to be walking in there too.
GH is prepared though. Burrowed underground.
Yep. They'll see the Roche respawn. But they don't see GH.
It's all about patience. The smoke will dispel when they get close enough, so they'll know that someone is around here, Invis, and burrowed underground.
Yep, they've got sentries too. They're not at the Roche pit just yet.
And there they have the mana burn. Starting to show himself. Miracle looks towards him. They have the stun, but the fish is out. Onto Miracle.
She's got no mana.
He's getting in position for the Wukong's command. Miracle's being sprouted. Pops the BKB, cuts his way out. Liquid, they're backing away.
Deuce is sitting on 100 mana. If they got a shrine, they do, yeah, maybe moves back, pops the shrine. 2 mana burns, chunked away like 800 mana right there, maybe even more than that. Man, that is annoying. GH's positioning very good there just to get those mana burns off from the pit.
And Miracle's got a double damage rune ready for this Roche fight.
Ooh. Liquid smoke up knowing how strong they are with this DD.
All about this Roche. Neither side can afford to let it go. GH is going to get hexed up. Chalice finding the overjump for mind control. The Ravage is onto 4. Matu, they're on top of the Deucer. The Deucer doomed. Out of mana. Maybe's in trouble. Liquid surround him. He's dead. No buyback available on Maybe. He's dead for 2 minutes. They're onto FY as well as he's burned down by the Radiance. He cannot escape this. Liquid get 3 kills. None of the heroes with any sort of buyback available to contest this Roche, as Liquid will go straight into the pit. They'll have no trouble cleaning this Roshan up themselves, and still such a long time to play where Maybe is out of the game.
They're just playing a bit too aggressively. I mean, you can see why this game has been played at this slow pace, because there's so many kill threat heroes on Team Liquid's side. Anybody slightly out of position, and there it's Chalice TPing in a bit too aggressively. And the problem is the hero he TPs into, the Nyx, and he uses his Hex on, is not the hero you want to be going on. This Nyx is very tanky, hard to kill, and despite this Rax advantage that LG's had all game long, they're constantly being on the back foot.
And they don't have the money for buyback.
This could be the make or break for them. Shaker is back. It's all up to FY Shaker once again.
He needs something even more beautiful than last time if he wants to try and slow this down, as Miracle takes another tier 3. Liquid, they may not even believe it themselves that maybe he just can't get back into the game.
Yeah, they're going to let this one go, it seems.
As
You've got to imagine they defend.
sets of racks.
You have to defend it. Going down Megas doesn't sound like a great idea, but I just don't think LGD have the best options here to fight with, and they know it. That's why they're not even trying to defend yet, but they're going to be forced to.
Aminame, he has a Wukong's ready to pop. He'll move in, try and hope that they force back. On the side, they do get the cast, the Maledict, the Fisher out. They'll jump in, FY with the slam. They'll kill off GH.
Yeah, it's not the big team fight winning slam, but it's enough to buy some time.
And Liquid, they'll still stick around. They want to get these Megas. They are going to be able to clean up the base, but the fortification does slow them. Fisher out, onto the 4 of them. A good bounce with the Nature's Wrap. A Miracle popping the BKB. He wants these Mega creeps, and he'll look to get them without any issue. Or maybe the Hex. Oh, okay, they get him the once. Now maybe he's in position.
He's probably dying twice.
Let's see if they can do it. He's been disarmed. He really wants to hit that Rax, get that Megas, but the chase out, he's got the ult off. He'll live a little longer,
he can't hit the Rax,
heroes, but indeed, the range Rax will be saved. Megas aren't out quite yet against PSG LGD.
Yeah, and calculated aggression from Miracle where he's like, okay, have this Aegis. He knew he was going to die twice there, but it's worth dying to get those Mega creeps. Doesn't get him. Still Liquid in very comfortable cruise control. The fact that Miracle has buyback means he knew exactly what he was doing. Happy to throw away his life for the greater good. They don't get Megas, but you're up 5 racks, still in firm control.
And if
you're PSG LGD, you got to go down mid.
And look at this, the Ags Lone Druid. Here he comes.
They're pinging it, they know. They're like,
kill the bear. He's hacked. It's disarmed. The bear still trying to battle on.
Oh, the Sprout.
He's stuck.
Oh, no.
He's sprouted. And the bear will fall.
But more importantly than getting that Rex now is not having to use your troll buyback. I was going to say, the way PSG LGD can win this game right now is if they force this troll buyback and manage to kill Miracle again. That play, while it doesn't secure them the racks, it just bought 30, 40 seconds. And these lanes are not being pushed out. It does not look like PSG LGD can put themselves in a position to get this buyback to be used. So if they're going to want to win, they're going to have to kill troll twice still. And they may just have to go for some big all-in play. Like, this is feeling like we're in Medusa Rapier territory almost, but...
It feels like it.
I mean, you saw last fight how Medusa just gets controlled and bursts down. The stuns from Ravage, Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, all his mana's just gone.
And you're always getting hit by Carapace. Split shot kind of guarantees that. So it's a free Carapace setup into Impale, double mana burn.
I mean, you know, I sort of said this whole game, maybe he obviously doesn't want to get a BKB. Would a BKB have made any difference, do you think, if he did slot it into his item build?
It would have potentially made a difference. I think it's an item you just have to buy on Medusa when you're playing against Nyx in late game. Early to mid game, if you're going steamrolling, going fine, yeah, don't worry about it. But the second the game gets to this 40+ minute and you're not winning, BKB becomes more essential. It's too late now. He's got to focus on what he can get, which could be a BKB, but I don't think you can get the BKB anymore. It's something that needed to come up earlier. You're down almost megas. Get the Rapier. Hope for the best. Hope that somehow you just don't get chain stunned and mana burn constantly in a fight. And I mean, PSG LG, yeah, they've got maybe one team fight left in them. Liquid, plenty of room for error. They still got a refresher shot on this Doom. They're likely looking just to wait for the next Roshan, even if they want to, or a way to sneak this last range Rax.
That Aghanim's Doom too, from Kuro. It hurts if he lays it down.
This is, yeah, that's the item with the break that can just destroy Medusa and Monkey King. We kind of hoped that S4 bought it in the last series when he was playing the Doom. We went for the refresher instead. When there are good heroes who use break on, absolutely, this Ag Scepter can be game-winning.
PSG LGD, they're on their way out. They get their Hex straight away onto GH, popping the BKBs, the Wukong, they're throwing everything down onto the Nyx Assassin, and we'll get the job done. The rest of Liquid pull back away.
Kuro needs to be careful. He is very key. He may be the 5 position, but he doesn't look like it. 17k net worth on Kuro. Not every day you see that, and he's got Ag's Refresher Shard with a BKB queued up. And that Doom DPS talent, so a lot of Doom damage.
Such a hard position for PSG LGD to be in right now. That slam play earlier from FY feeling like a few pipe dreams away, as this game now in a very dire state for PSG LGD. Only the range Rex standing top. They need some sort of an incredible comeback to swing this around, as you say, all Liquid's heroes scaling so well at this stage of the game. This is what the panel feared for. They said it gets to this certain point. Liquid's heroes just operate so much nicer than the full roster of LGD past this point in the game.
Liquid, they know they're not under any pressure. Yeah, they didn't get that Mega Creeps range racks, but they're happy to sit back, get a few more items, a few more level 25s. Mind Control's got that plus 250 damage talent now, so he's suddenly a bit more of a beast in the late game. And Lone Druid about to hit his level 25 as well. So plenty of scaling going on the Liquid side, and also no pressure until that Roshan's alive. Yeah, just playing around these bounty runes once again. We've seen Liquid set some really nice traps up. Helps them secure themselves bounty runes and also win them some team fights.
PSG LGD will at least be able to make their way out, take the 2 top ones. There's a DD rune up, spawning it towards the top. GH will get his eyes on it. He's just going to grab it. Doesn't feel confident to buy time, for the rest of his cores to pick it up.
You don't know where that Deuce is nearby or going to come take it, and that could be very problematic. Deuce,
how's the gold looking?
Very close to Rapier. Just 500 away.
What do you swap out? Do you just sit in the high ground and swap the boots out?
Yeah, probably just swap the boots out. They just feel like you're getting kited, you're getting stunned, so the boots don't really help you when you're stunned. It just feels like they lack that save or defensive item to help him out. Like, I mean, they've got a 4-staff on Witch Doctor, a 4-staff on Shaker, but he just melts so damn quickly. GH, I love this. He's seen what has caused him problems on the Nyx Assassin. Just getting jumped and bursted, gets the A on disc now. This is just going to take out one of the ways that we've seen PSG LGD start fights, and almost, you know, some of their one fights, or at least when they force Liquid back, have come from just, you know, either jumping Kuro or GH. Kuro needs to be the first target of the fight. You need to kill him. If he gets one Doom off, I think you lose the fight. If he gets two, you lose the game.
Maybe he wants to get out and do a bit of shopping.
Would like to. Afraid to send the courier, with good reason. You don't want to lose a Rapier and a courier. Especially when you have no control over that area of the map.
The line's been drawn here.
That's how you get to the shop, they're saying.
It's so hard to do, though, with Liquid all around this position. PSG LGD have also, they've just got to sort of hope that Liquid do sort of back up from this area, maybe even hope for a Roche spawn so Liquid aren't here and maybe can actually get over to buy that Rapier. GH on constant guard. The security guard here of this shop as GH starts to burn the mana. It's a stun out that will be able to force back the Deuce. Arme's committing for the tree. It gets caught. The Doom is down. Mike controls him with the Ravage. Arme is dead. Has to buy back immediately.
That was a bit questionable. And PSG LGD are going to have to, yeah, just reset with one buyback less. That's going to make things just that little bit more difficult. And I just don't see a way they can really get out to contest that Roche pit.
It's so close to respawning.
The vision
10
game is,
seconds and it's there.
Yeah, this vision is just so tough. It's playing against them, and Liquid just maintaining control of this high ground, denying the secret shop, denying access towards Roshan.
It's getting to the point where they've got to send that courier almost on a mission down towards the secret shop of Liquid, so if they ever want to hope to buy that item.
That's what it might do. Maybe they just don't feel like it's worth buying and not having buyback. But now that your monkey doesn't have buyback, it just feels like, okay, we don't have buyback on one carry.
This is so risky from PSG LGD. They're coming out with this smoke. Roshan, it's being taken.
Dying fast. It's dying so fast.
What can they do? They're trying for the wraparound.
They're too late.
They are. Roshan's down. They'll start to pick all the bits up. Cask is out. Maybe does move with the stock. His Arme. It's a huge Wukong. They'll look for Kuro in the middle with the stun. He's holding down the Medusa. They've lost the Doom. Kuro will die. They're moving FY. He's got the Echo Slam control, but Batumba pops the cheese. He's back up to full. Maybe he's out of mana. He's stuck in position. BKB is out from Mike control. Miracle's falling low. Those disarmed. They've killed the Aegis. Maybe still alive. The sentry's down. They've got vision on GH. Carapace trying to get the stun. Maybe still alive. Forced to the side. They keep it. Their Deucer alive. And fights back in. The control. GH is dead. Kuro trying to finish off maybe, but maybe turns. The Doom is out. Maybe still alive. Finally, they kill him off. The Deuce is dead and down.
Miracle's
Medusa
very low.
and Xnova buying back for this one. FY still trying to poke. If they can get maybe back over here, maybe they could do something, but maybe he's having to deal with the base. Mind control. Hex. Chalice gets the kill.
They need to just run down mid. Dusa buys Boots of Travel. Okay, so doesn't commit for the Rapier. Feels like, you know, we're in this one. We're not in that desperate situation. Arme had a 200 health troll that he could have chased down there. Chose not to. I think a bit afraid of the satanic usage, but man, what a good fight for PSG LGD. They keep themselves alive. They still need to force some more of these buybacks, it feels like.
But they get rid of those items that Liquid could have ended the game with. They remove the Aegis, they remove the cheese. As both have to be used in that fight by Team Liquid.
And with a fighting chance. Refresher on Arme.
Oh, a very different iron build from this Monkey King.
Yeah, look, he's going unconventional, but he realizes his place in this game.
PSG LGD, 22k net worth behind, but now they're up towards the base of Liquid. Mind control buying back. Ravage not quite back up though. 55 seconds without the Ravage.
No Doom for 75 seconds as well.
Matsu is going for the Megas though.
Yeah, are they going to defend, or are they all in the throne?
They're going to send Chalice back. Chalice, he will be able to get the bear out, and they're going to bring the bear back.
He can't resummon his bear, so he can't really suicide it to get that Rax, because suddenly they could find themselves losing their high ground. So Matu
GH
plays it safe.
Gets Hex on the front, maybe. Moving in with the Stone Gaze. They've got to back off Liquid. Got to be careful now. The Stone Gaze has been used. Maybe has to be very careful. The fortification comes out. He is taking down the melee Rax. Arme, there's the Boundless. Here's the first. Wukong's ready to go. Kuro, he's sprouted. He's dropped up. He cannot get out of this. Kuro's dead. 2 minutes. No Doom. As PSG LGD, they'll finish off the mid melee Rax.
Arme has Refresher. He's got another BKB Wukongs if he wants to use it. But problem is, Dusa a bit low on mana.
They get the Fisher.
Miracle got stunned.
There's the jump in from Mind Control. The BKB, they're looking towards me, but there's the second Wukong's come on. Ravage, Mind Control comes out. He's disarmed. They disarmed Miracle. Miracle, he's doing no damage at all. They have the control. Miracle's in trouble. He's dead.
Insta-buy. They got GH with the stun too.
The Fisher! FY locking him down. GH sprouted Chalice!
They're doing it! LGD!
They are doing it!
How?
On to the tier 4s! PSG LGD!
How did they win this game,
Oh
Owen?
my god,
It's not over.
Oh, but it's not Miracles in with the BKB! Can they hold this? Maybe so low on both mana and HP. He has that health. The Satanic FY! He's shutting down the game! He says, my name is FY, and we are getting a game 3!
Absolutely world-class Dota.
Wow.
It doesn't get much better than that.
It really doesn't. A whole day where we had series go the full 3 games. This series, it looked like Liquid, they had the 2-0. But PSG LGD, these itemizations, Arme, the refresher or pickup was absolutely flippin' fantastic.
He had this. I don't think Tide expected a second BKB. He thought he was hitting everyone Raven. Arme had BKB, didn't get hit by it, drops another Wukong.
I can't believe it.
He fights his way through. He gets the disarm on the troll. That troll thought he had this Ravage, but no, he just gets completely taken out of the fight again. Doesn't heal himself back up. And
justice for FY, you know, at the start, hitting Sams like that, finally. They get that win. They hold on, PSG LGD, and we're getting another game of this beautiful Dota.
It's crazy, like the clutch plays people can make. I think Arme had a very shaky game. He made some misplays, but he comes up big when it matters.
Absolutely. That, as I say, that refresher or pickup, not a lot of Monkey Kings would have done that in that situation. You look at sort of the top tier carries. He knew, though, double Wukong's Commander Surge makes it so hard for them to fight into the double BKB. They knew exactly how to play in a situation. It's always these late game portions of the game where you really sort of see the top teams just blast off. And this game, PSG LGD absolutely did it.
It was incredible. The fact they could isolate Kuro's Doom. Kuro ends the game 1-6-8. It's not a good scoreline, but it's because LGD understood you need to take him out. When he got that Axe Scepter, if he gets an Axe Doom off the fight, you're going to lose it. And maybe made sure that he did not get doomed as good as he could.
And just so many little things to talk about, the holding the range racks, making sure that they didn't get megaed. It meant that they could have the momentum to push. So much to talk about. We're going to pass it over to the panel to do so. But it's 1-1 between PSG LGD and Liquid. We are going to a game 3 here at the MDL Disneyland Major.
I must say, that is some of my most favorite Dota to watch. You've got like these little lull periods in between, and then a big team fight. And a big, period in between, a big team fight. And that's kind of what this game was, and it was amazing to watch. World-class Dota, as pointed out by Gods. They do it. We force it to a third game. I think that is exactly what the team deserves. Obviously, PSG LGD fighting hard, but the crowd deserves as well. Whew, it was a good game. Kyle, you want to start it off?
I don't really know where to start, to be honest, because there's so much. It's one of those beautiful games where you really need like a replay analysis to go into it and explain like why everything.
We will get a replay, and it was an hour-long game. So
before that happens, Kyle, who'd you predict?
Oh shit! It was my fault.
No curse.
Oh
please.
no! Oh, darn it! Sorry, you're right. I forgot. Yeah, I. It's gonna be a long one,
Dink.
and I don't even know what I think FY and the Shaker. I think Shaker's got to be the hero of the tournament before it's even finals day, just because of the plays being made. Not just the echoes, right? There's some Fisher blocks from FY that are absolutely insane. And the other big, huge play for me, like mind control, the tree cuts. I don't think the Monkey King dies in like half of these instances. Like right here. This is
see it.
Yeah.
He baited. They don't show that he baited Quelling Blading 2 trees beforehand and just gets Ame on the bounce. Like that was nuts. The damage reduction, constantly being able to anchor smash on top of the Medusa.
Oh,
amazing
I
echo.
could not get enough of that one.
That's why you can't nerf this hero, Ice Frog. I know you're watching. We need it.
It just makes
need
games
it.
so fun.
These moments, you know, they're only possible by being behind first.
This was the really good fight by Mind
Yes.
Control. Just watch his positioning every single time. They save, I mean, Miracle gets his battle trance off, barely survived, but Mind Control just stands on top of this Medusa every single time. Anchor smash every cooldown, and you see Medusa has like minus 100, 120 damage or something in every situation there.
The same way, if you can damage amp a spread damage carry, it's super effective. If you can reduce the damage that this hero is dealing, it's even more so. So, yeah, you feel like you're still strong, but you can, in this engagement, same deal. Just constantly mind control, moving forwards, gets off big ravages. You never see a BKB tied, but I think it was the perfect choice in this game. They really, I think Liquid may have played themselves a little bit. This was their opportunity to win the game. Medusa's dead for 116 seconds. They go to Roche, they go to 2 racks, and they force for Megas. But honestly, in a game like this, if you don't get Megas, none of the racks matter. There's so much wave clear on the side of LGD. They have a Furion. They don't give a damn about having to play this bottom lane so far away from the Roche pit. They're never going to have creep waves as a problem. You give away a huge advantage here, losing your heroes, and like I think it was 3-4 bears that end up dying trying to go for this range racks. You could have thrown. You could have thrown 100%.
Yeah, they probably would have had time to throw. I mean, they maybe just didn't know. They maybe just didn't know that they had the time in order to do it. They didn't know what the Deuce's situation was, it seemed like, right?
He had buyback, but he didn't have enough gold. But
he spent on the Satanic before the fight before that.
I just think that you get the 1 racks, but it's so much time to go from bottom to top. That's the problem. In addition, they got the Roche first. If you get Roche and then just go mid, at the worst case scenario, you're going to force the Deuce a buyback, and then you're going to kite away. They're going to want to fight you, and 1 kill on this Deuce now for 7 more minutes. You have won the game for sure. Yeah. And in this case, I think they do it anyway just because there's no buyback.
This build, I'm loving this, what I'm seeing from these Deuces. I mean, it's your pretty traditional build, but just having this Satanic and having the attack modifier. In these fights, I just see him standing her ground as this Deuce, and you lifesteal so much even without the active, just from the passive of the Satanic effect over and over again. He's just holding his ground. This was also incredibly good control coming out from LGD. I thought, like, I'm just watching Miracle in so many of these situations. He gets halberd, he gets hexed, he gets stunned, he gets casked. So many different situations that he just got disabled. And I mean, we were looking at Ame's build and we're like, whoa, this is some weird build, but it ended up working out. They had these double halberds, they had him and the Nature's Prophet, and the Troll Warlord just got disarmed, even though he had all this status resistance with the SNY Satanic, kept getting disabled.
He put it together at the end there, but there was a moment where Ame had Ghost Scepter, Midas, Radiance, Echo, like, that was not... I don't think it was great. That's all I'm saying. That was a bit weird.
But it worked?
There was an MKB out on both the Liquid cores, so all this evasion doesn't matter. You already have a Butterfly on the Deuce before these items get picked up. But, you know, as I think it was Owner Gods that said, like, that secret, not secret refresher, but the extra BKB the Mind Control didn't expect into the Wukongs, like, that's the counterplay to the Liquid team fight. And you could see, you were talking about the Troll Monkey King relationship. I thought it was really interesting in this game.
It just, I mean, sometimes you see these trolls, they have to pop battle trance in these situations, right? And Wukong's command is down, and you're going to go for the targets that's nearest to you. So some of the times you see Miracle, he just charges in, he can't control it, and he's stuck in the middle of a full Wukong. It's like Ame, he's 5-5 and 17 this game. I thought he played really damn well on the hero overall. His build was very non-traditional, but the way he controlled the fights, he just planted it on top of... Maybe. He just planted this Wukong's and it made the fight so much harder for Liquid to get.
I think the itemization, I want to stay on the screen for a little bit because it's a lot to discuss, but Ame buying a refresher, I think a lot of other players are just going to get like an E-Blade perhaps, increase their damage output, but he recognizes, look, I'm max level and the Wukong's is what's going to win us this game, nothing else. Chalice choosing to go for a Halberd, just increasing the damage mitigation. All the armor items you possibly can get that help your team, of course, not the Shivas, but the Vlads, the AC, that's +9 armor for your team, the damage reduction of the Crimson, and you need a Halberd, really, because Miracle can't itemize for a Linken's in this game. He doesn't have the slots. Evasion doesn't matter, but the disarm is like, it's insane against this hero.
Even some slight force staffs. I mean, this is an item that we always talk about. We look in, I mean, they had one on Liquid, which theirs wasn't as important, but we look at the one on PSG LGD, and these force staff saves too. Even just the slight distancing of the Deuce away from a target lets you get that lifesteal up, lets Miracle get kited even longer.
Yeah, and I love
it was a really fun game to watch.
I love that Curl went for the Ags as well. We were talking about it last series.
Yeah, we talked about it too,
He changed it up.
He got targeted for it too.
And the only mistake I feel like maybe Liquid made in addition to not going Throne was that one fight where Kuro had double Doom.
Yeah.
They get the 1 kill on the Monkey King just by cutting the tree, and they don't utilize this refresher shard to win the game. They got all 4 Rashans and they lost the game as dire. That is so rare. But at 200
they were
health
also
on a range
very close to taking the game though.
Yes.
It was very, very close. I mean, they had a 26k gold lead as well that ended up going down to 0 too because of the plays from PSG LGD. Well, this is what we want, though, right? We want the game 3. We want these two teams playing as many times as possible versus each other, because that was spectacular, and I think we're probably going to see this hero banned.
Yeah, yes. I was going to say, as much as I enjoyed FY and before that GH on the Earthshaker, they are the players that can make these incredible plays with it. I think we've seen it win a little bit too many times for it to just be a coincidence.
Yeah, we didn't even get to like say too much about GH in this game too, who had a great performance. He was fantastic, got super farmed, dynamization too, this Aghanims. He gets burrowed, so he's stuck a little bit in like the Wukong some of the times, but his mana burns. I just saw maybe running in, gets mana burn twice, and they were kind of skeptical about taking the fights. But yeah, that was, I mean, it was just a wild game.
Deserving of the stakes, right?
Yeah.
Cinderella's got to go home real soon. We get another game 3 for elimination. Winner playing EG tomorrow.
And it's about to be midnight. You couldn't ask for better.
You could not ask for better. By the way, Fog, did this game change your mind on Troll? Because you were not really sold on just, you know, Troll
The
not
hero
being...
overall.
Yeah, the hero overall. Did Miracle convince you?
I thought he played it really well. The Battle Fury build, he was able to keep up with that farm pace. I was really happy with all that I saw there.
It's like we forget about these things we liked in the early game and the way it, like, the acceleration happened.
Yeah.
Because I think that I also really like Matumpa Man. With the double orb into Phase Boots Mask of Madness on Bear, Radiance, the monk, and then the Battle Fury Troll. Like, that's, I think, why Liquid had that huge lead into the mid game. Not into, but like from the mid game, because they went for the max acceleration while still playing aggressively and farming. Like, they didn't just retreat to their own side of the map. You have to play with tempo against heroes like Prophet, and they ensured that once like the game was equalized, they were out farming the cores on the side of PSG LGD, even though it was a Medusa and a Midas Monkey King. It just so happens that, you know, it was a wild game of Dota. We didn't even talk about the other, I don't even think it was in the replay, the 3-man Echo in the pit, Ame giving Vision.
Yeah, Ame giving Vision.
Brought up Vision, but he's standing there. He sees 3 heroes in the pit. FY dunks as the Monkey King ult goes down. Sure, you get Aegis on the side of Liquid. It didn't matter because everybody is wrecked.
It's the beauty of these 60-minute games. There's just, 10 different stages of the game that you have to really look through to figure out how it got to that point. You know, Liquid looked like they could have closed that game out. LGD with their persistence, just so much perseverance between these two. I even saw, like, I mean, this is not has to do with any plays in the game, but FY and Xnova, when they were like losing their racks, they were high-fiving. They were using the high-five thing. So they had to still feel some type of confidence going into that game, and that takes a lot. When you're playing in a game like that, you feel that deficit. You lose most of your Raxes.
And these are championship level teams. They're not going to give up until their throne is dead.
Yep.
And it's just consistently trying to find ways to win the game of Dota 2.
And that is an important lesson for everybody, because you're never completely down and out in a game of Dota 2 until the throne falls. And a game like this definitely proved that. You fight tooth and nail, but you get rewarded for it too, especially here forcing Team Liquid to a game 3 in this lower bracket.
Look how chill, though. This is the thing. You know, obviously, there's a bit of like, that's actually, I would say, a bit of emotion from Liquid, but they're so stoic. Matumpa Man just casually sipping what I can only imagine is a hot chocolate.
I wish I had a hot chocolate.
We can make it happen, hopefully.
I hope so, but the last time I checked, our machine was broken.
Oh, darn. Well, LGD also, I mean, this has been a long day for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have been on since the morning.
Yeah, Liquid had the first series of the day.
Liquid did too, yeah.
And that was a very long time ago.
I mean, yeah, both teams have been up, I mean, for the entire day pretty much. I've seen them all around the arenas for 12 hours-ish.
And their fans as well. 14
fans
hours
as well.
ago is when the first series here started in the Disney's Events Arena. And they look ready as ever to play this third game. And I can only imagine, like, this game was 60 minutes almost. How are you going to try to break it down and change for game 3? Like, what changes? Like, you can't pinpoint, like, oh, you know, well.
Let's get an all-in push strat. That's what I'm hoping for. Someone let Drow through, and then just...
That's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Which hero is going to get left through now that the Shaker does get more than likely get banned out? Also, the Doom probably... maybe the Doom changes...
I mean, Liquid's...
Which heroes are going to change?
It's a different game, though. Liquid consistently are putting it on the 5.
Yeah.
And that, I think, changes how PSG LGD would prioritize it. Because I'm not as afraid of a 5 Doom. Yes, it's a great hero, don't get me wrong. But I feel like in comparison to an offlaner's influence, it's not the same.
Well, I will tell you that
new bans.
Brewmaster was banned previous game, still in the pool. Brewmaster, Enigma, Darkseer, and Sand King.
That looks like Darkseer is going through, right?
Yeah, and remember, Liquid is also second pick Radiant this game.
Yes.
They swapped.
Is LGD going to first pick the Darkseer then? They banned Oracle. That looks like they're trying to set themselves up to get the Darkseer. Yeah.
I think Liquid, there's Doom, there's Nyx, Sand King, Darkseer. If you leave Nyx, you got to be afraid because PSG LGD will just go Nyx into Darkseer.
Yeah.
They'll be happy with that.
You can see reserve time being spent on this last ban. It is critical.
The thing is, if you first take Nyx, then they take Sanking Darkseer probably.
Maybe. I don't know if you want to take Darkseer.
You don't. Yeah, maybe you don't take it.
And that's what makes the opener so important. This is that game 3, right? We saw this with EG Secret. There's a meta within the meta for this series, and you're aware of what the enemy side wants to first pick, and you have to consider, okay, what would they take if I leave this? What would I take if I left this? What would we pick? What would we want to pick later? They ban Enigma. Leaving everything.
Leaving everything.
And that makes sense because if you, let's say PSG LGD, they went Nyx first pick, right? You go Darkseer, they can immediately second pick an Enigma. And I think you're almost outdrafted already because Enigma is so good at playing against Darkseer in both the laning phase throughout the game. You counter his team fight, and you buy a BKB and you're all good. They do go for the Doom.
Darkseer Nyx.
Maybe.
For Liquid, maybe. But the thing is, Doom is also good
against Darkseer. Exactly.
Yeah, you're good against Darkseer.
So it's tough. You've got to figure out like where do you want to accept weakness, and
Team Liquid.
They do.
Okay.
I think you're gonna. I think after what we saw today, right? When we saw what we saw this morning, that's what they opened the day with. That's what they want to close the day with. It seems.
And this is the stand. Like this is Liquid in a nutshell. This is how they love to play. You get GH on an active core, although Kuro could also play the Nyx, and mind control. HOD, get active, play around with Matabaman and Miracle. A true tri-core. This is how Liquid love to operate, and they're not as based around hyper carries like PSG LGD is. Even though they can play them, Miracle is capable of any sort of play style he chooses.
Yeah, that's very true. LGD's also played this in multiple different roles, right? We've seen FY play the Doom. I don't think they played the 5 Doom, and we won't see it again, obviously, here. But they played it as Chalice and as FY.
Yeah.
I thought we'd see this hero actually get picked on in the last game, and even, I mean, both games because there was Dooms there, but just works so well with the Doom.
Great against Darkseer as well, because you throw out the ult on him, and then even if he surges himself or that other ally, they can't actually get away from one another. Yep. And in addition, you have a silence, you have wave clear, and a stun. So you have a ton of tools to kill Darkseer in the laning phase. Very good against the Nyx as well, because you force the Carapace by just throwing out your silence at him.
Yeah.
And otherwise, he'll have to eat the silence, and then you can follow up with more abilities. They take out the Dusa. I think that's a good choice. I did not want to see another Dusa game.
I'm wondering if they want to look it towards something. I just, every time I see the Grimstroke now, just the tier list goes up to this Magnus and this PA. Just the potential that I saw from OG. So I see them banning out the Dusa. So I'm already starting to think about that for LGD. If they want this Magnus, we've seen FY play it several times before too. So it's definitely a possibility they could look at. And Liquid, they're banning out the Sven right now.
I'm thinking Ember has got to be a concern for the Chinese side. For Liquid.
5 seconds remaining.
Sven's ban is interesting.
Maybe I just lost the hero I was going for.
I
can't remember.
Happens. I hope that Liquid still knows the hero
we were thinking Magnus PA.
There's another solid thing they've done often. It's lost. Don't worry about it. I'll come back.
Ember does get banned out, so PSG LGD is on the same wavelength.
Yeah, I think these heroes that can you just run over with Ion Shell. Heroes that just can take over super well. You're elusive on top too. And you're a hunter. You're a hunter with that Nyx.
Yep. Looking at other heroes that are good against Doom. Maybe Juggernaut is maybe a 4th pick for Liquid. I think you take the Kuro hero 3rd. Could be a Crystal Maiden. We've been waiting for it. Will we see it?
5 seconds remaining.
Another stun. To follow up on the VAC, perhaps another melee hero to